suppose say I want to purchase a new laptop. I have seen a lot of brands in and around in my office, my friends, my colleagues they are using. So I have made a list of brand over there in a Excel file like this. Okay. Now I kept that file. I went to a shopkeeper or the vendor. I asked him, sir, whatever the laptops you are dealing with, can you provide me a catalog? So our vendor, what he did, he gave me the different brands, whatever he is dealing with, and what is the corresponding rate in a piece of paper. He told that he doesn't have a catalog, but yes, he can write it in a paper and give it. So I got that paper with me. I come back to my workplace and then I opened that Excel file. And the basic job is now, whatever the brands I have listed, I need to check if at all is there in this catalog, I need to populate the rate column with the corresponding price. So if I need to do the same job, how and where I will start with? So first I'll be looking at my list. What is the first brand? Acer. I will take that. Taking the same, I will check in the vendor's catalog. Acer is there? Yes, no?
Yes.
Right. So what is the corresponding entry? 22,000. So we'll come back to our list and we'll be populating 22,000. So this is how we'll be doing the job manually. All of you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Now, once we found our Acer value, what is the next one? Apple. I take that. Then again, I'll go back to my vendor's catalog, whether Apple is there. Yes.
Yes. 15,000.
So how much is the rate? 45,000. So I'll come back again. I'll update as 45,000. So this is how, when we'll do the job one by one, 10 different times, I need to do the same task repeatedly to get this column populated with the corresponding rates. We don't mind doing that because this is hardly of 10 entries. Now think about it. Similar fashion, suppose you have got 100 brands and you need to check in the catalog where 1 lakh records are there. So 100 brands, you need to check in the 1 lakh records. So 100 times going and checking and populating the results, how much time it will be taking for us? Definitely more than 2 hours if I keep checking one by one. So that is what we cannot afford the time, and this is the reason why Excel has designed a very beautiful formula called VLOOKUP. So what we did exactly manually, the same thing it is done by VLOOKUP in Excel. No other things. But how to write it, I will tell you, but don't worry. But before that, have you understood overall what VLOOKUP does?
Yes.
Press the corresponding data what to look for.
Whatever we did it manually, is it clear?
Yes.
Same thing, it is done by VLOOKUP. Now let's go and check it out, how it works. Again, 1 minute, watch my screen. No need to do anything, watch my screen. So as we develop the practice, first, I selected my entire solution array. I'll go for equal to VLOOKUP. Now what it demands me, lookup value. We'll go and discuss one by one element. Lookup value. What does it mean by lookup value? Lookup value is nothing but what we have with us to search. So in our list, what is the first brand we have to search? Acer. So I took that I have Acer to search. That's why it's called lookup value. And the same thing we did it while doing the job manually. Is it clear? What is the meaning by lookup value? Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Right. Anything, any point of time, anything not clear, feel free to stop me there. Don't skip it. This is very, very essential formula, people. Now coming to table array. What is the meaning by table array? Table array is nothing but where to search. So while doing the job manually, taking Acer from our list, where did you search? We search in the vendor's catalog. So what is table array? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Now, comma. What is the next one? Asking column index number. Column index number, COL, nothing but column index number. So here we have to just discuss a bit, because while doing the job manually, we never discuss anything like column index number. Then why VLOOKUP is asking like this? So let's do one thing. Just get one step back. Table array. Just closely look at this. When I go to table array, you can see the font color has been changed to maroon, and the same color it is applying as a border to that vendor's catalog. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Why VLOOKUP is doing like this, or why Excel has designed a pattern like this? To make you understand, or to make your understanding very easy, it has created something like this. So what it is stating now, that you need to focus only in this border area. So in this border area, how many columns are there?
Column. Number
Two
of
columns.
columns. Yeah.
Two columns. So
True,
how do you read
true.
your data? Left to right or right to left?
Right to left.
Again,
Left
think.
to right.
Always we go for left to right. So first we watch left column, then we followed by the right columns of yours. I'm talking about when you look at your own screen, we always start reading the data from left to right. Similarly, we look up also, always read the data from left to right. So what is my leftmost column? Is the brand. That is column 1. What is the next column I have? Rate. That is column 2. So this is how we have to keep reading. Okay. Now in this border area, two columns are there, and first column is brand, second column is rate. Is it clear?
Yes.
Now, out of these two columns, which column data is already there with us?
Brand.
Brand is there already with us because we have brand over here. What we are looking for is the rate. Rate is in which column in that border area?
Second.
Second
Second.
column. So we need to define 2. So how to define the column index number? Is it clear?
Yes.
Right. Comma. The next one. Range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match. Quite confusing. And while doing the job manually, we never discuss anything like this. Then why VLOOKUP is asking over here to define something over here? Forget about it. Just remember one thing, that VLOOKUP always ends up with 0. So what is the significance of typing 0? Let me take you through. 0 stands for nothing but one-to-one match or exact match. So what is the meaning by one-to-one match? Just see. The moment we have defined our value over here, the lookup value, what is that? Acer, right? Now, if I am going to search the data in my vendor's catalog or the database over there, then what I need to do is I need to first check Acer. What is the spelling? ACER. If it is there exactly ACER in the vendor's catalog, then only the corresponding column, that is column index number 2 we have given. So that column data will be picked up over here. So this is nothing but our one-to-one match. So this is called one-to-one match. Okay. So 0 stands for nothing but one-to-one match or exact match. So here if R is missing, or if it is over here E is missing, then definitely it will not have a one-to-one match and it will not get the answer. So this is the reason why we always complete our VLOOKUP formula with 0, and 0 stands for exact match. So all the 4 elements are clear: lookup value, table array, column index number, match type.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now the moment we have done with this over here, formula is ready. Only for a cell. Need to apply for rest. Shortcut. As we know, what is that?
Control enter.
Control enter. And we got the answer. But there are certain cases we are not receiving the answer. Where are they? Dell, Toshiba, Samsung. Is it not there in my vendor's catalog? Of course it is there. Then why VLOOKUP is not picking up only those 3 cases? The reason, if you look at, go to the error of del, and when you open the formula, can you realize what is happening? When I copy this formula towards down, my border area is also moving down. So though I am looking for Acer or Toshiba, it has to always start from Samsung, end up with Apple over here. That should not move down. Do you agree?
Yes.
So what I need to do, the element which is creating a trouble for me first will select our data, and over here which is creating a trouble, C3 to D13. This range should not move down. The border area should not move down. And did you remember in day 1, day 2 we have
Lock.
already done some things? We need to lock it. And how to
Control.
lock it? By using F4.
Control.
By using F4.
F4.
So, yeah. So what will be happening? The data will neither move down nor move right. Formula is rectified only with a cell, but need to apply for rest. Control, enter, and see the beauty. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can apply your VLOOKUP formula over there. So give it a try and check, is it working? If at all any doubt or queries, please ask. No problem.
Sir, I don't understand that lock. I mean, it should be constant and in the like particular order, right? It is in not particular order, then we use that particular lock key. Then how it works? I don't understand. Generally, it is in order and we lock, then it works, right?
No, 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 no. It's not in what order and all. See, the moment you had this, when you look at, when I open this, if I don't lock it, this border area starts with A3,
Hmm.
ends with B13.
Hmm.
Now, if I don't lock this,
Hmm.
what was happening? It was giving error. Why it is
Hmm.
giving error? If you go for that, can you see when I copy this formula down, this border area also moving down?
Yes, yes, yes.
Though I am looking for the value of Acer or Toshiba, it has to always search starting from brand, ending up with 45,000. Do you agree?
Yeah.
This should not move down, right? But this data is, since it is moving, so our del, it is going beyond the range. That's why del case I am getting error. Now when I go to Samsung, it is going further down. So Samsung is not coming within that border area. That's why
Yes,
Samsung is
yes.
giving error. Toshiba also error because Toshiba over here, it is not coming up within the border. So this is the reason why. Though I am
Okay.
looking for or Acer or Toshiba, it has to always search in this array. Searching array should not move down or move right.
Okay.
That's the reason why
Okay.
we have to go and
So
lock it.
array should be locked, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, okay. First is table value, right? I mean,
Open the formula, what you get it. Type the formula is equal to VLOOKUP. It asks for lookup value. So lookup value is which is there in your left. That is called Acer G4.
Sir, what will happen if we select one or something instead of zero?
We'll see that. We'll see that. Don't worry. We'll go step by step.
Yeah.
So 0 stands for exact match. So if at
Okay.
all, if it is not matching any of the characters R, E, A, C, something, any of the characters not matching, then it will not pick up the value. And if you do not give anything, you don't give 0 also, it will take as default as a exact match only. So that's how Excel has designed this
So
VLOOKUP.
without zero, we can close the parentheses after
Yes,
2.
yes. If I'm not doing anything over here, I'll go for this, control enter. I'm not getting certain cases over here. You could notice the reason is if I go for over here, though I have got the data, but what it's trying to do is it is taking these two values, second column is taking, but the data since it is not sorted, that's why it is not picking up the value. Now, if I go and sort this data, just take a look. Okay, I'll go for sorting the data with the brand order A to Z, and if I go for OK, I got this sorted. So earlier 2 was coming up error, now only 1. So what it's trying to do is over here, again, the moment I go for this value, Even though I don't keep it anything, I could still get my values. But this will be creating a confusion. So this is the reason why we always recommend that whenever you go for the formula, complete the formula with 0. So 0 stands for exact match or one-to-one match. Though the data is sorted or though the data is unsorted or if it is there as it is a generic data, you will be still getting the value. Though it is in the top or it's in the bottom, wherever it is appearing, if it is appearing in the range, it will definitely populate that value. All right, so can I take that VLOOKUP is clear for everyone, people?
Yeah.
Now, coming to HLOOKUP. H stands for horizontal lookup. So whenever you have the data in horizontal format, instead of VLOOKUP, you can apply HLOOKUP. So rest of logics remains the same. In place of V, you have to go for H, and in place of column index number, you have to type the row index number. Rest of logics are same. So just take a look. We have one example, same laptop data you consider. The first two row items is given by one of my vendor. This is my vendor's catalog. Below to that, you could see there are two row items we have. This is our data where we have only the list of brands and we need to populate the rates corresponding to that. Okay. So now in this case, since our data is in horizontal format, we need to first go and select the entire array where you need to design the solution, and then we'll start typing our formula. So let's start working together. Select your entire array as I selected.
Okay, sir.
Then go for equal to HLOOKUP. What it demands? Read one by one.
Value.
Lookup value. I told you what is the meaning by lookup value? What we have with us to search. So what we have with us to search?
Is yes, sir.
A sir.
Random.
A sir.
D22.
Absolutely. Comma. What's the next one?
Range.
Array.
Table
Okay.
array. I told you
HLOOKUP.
table array. What does it mean? Where to
Table.
search. So in our table data that is starting from brand, we can select
Yes.
or we can select from Samsung also, no problem. So let's take brand until the last row item with the rates also.
F4.
Now, yes. So since we know this data range is going to move right when I copy this formula towards right, and what we need to do?
F4.
Row index.
No, not
Roll.
row index. We need
F4.
to lock
F4.
it.
Lock.
Yeah,
We want to lock.
Then 2.
yes, we need to lock it. Now,
Log.
Then
once I
2.
lock it, this data range, neither C16 will move to C17
1
or
and 2.
M17 will move to M18. So no movement will be happening and the range will be completely locked. Comma. Now, what is the next thing it is asking? Row index number. What VLOOKUP was asking in case of VLOOKUP formula? Column index number. So since we are applying HLOOKUP, the data is in horizontal format, it demands for row index number. So how to consider which row item? See, as I told you, always look at the border area. In this border area, how many rows we have?
2 rows.
Ideally, how do you read your data? Top to bottom or bottom to top?
Top to bottom.
Top
Top
to
to
Top to
bottom, I
bottom.
guess.
So
Yeah.
what is our topmost row?
2.
Is the brand.
brown.
1.
Is
Yeah.
row number 1. Then below to that rate is there. That is row number 2. This is how you should keep counting. Now out of these two row items, which row data is already there with us?
1.
What we are looking for?
2.
So row index number is 2. Comma. As
2.
usual, we know we look up how it was end up with.
True.
0.
Exact value for the
Going for
0.
0. 0 stands for one-to-one match or exact match, and the bracket close formula is ready only for a cell. But we need to apply for the rest. What is the shortcut?
Control. Control enter.
Control
Control
enter.
enter.
So when you go for control enter, you could see over here, people, we are able to populate our H lookup formula as well. That's called horizontal lookup. So what is VLOOKUP? What is H lookup? I believe this is clear now. Any doubt? Any?
Yeah, we look up for the vertical data. H look up for the row. I mean, for the column we have to use we look up for the rows data. I mean, horizontal data we have to use H lookup.
Simple. The first
Mm.
key is that itself self-explanatory.
So,
VLOOKUP is vertical lookup. H lookup is horizontal lookup.
so this control enter.
Mm-hmm.
I was stuck up in that. I completed for one. Yeah,
Okay.
I selected all, but I completed one. But control enter is not coming up for me.
It will not come because you have pressed enter. If you have selected and typed the formula, when you
Yeah.
go for enter, it will be applied only for a cell. Now, if you want to go for control enter, you got to select along with the first answer, you got to select the rest over there. And then you can go for formula to open or keep the cursor in the formula bar and then hit control enter, or you can select and hit control R to fill right. So whichever it is comfortable, you can go for it.
Okay.
So what is VLOOKUP? What is HLOOKUP? Is it clear for everyone? Any questions from anybody?
Yeah, clear.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You know,
No, sir.
no, what is not? Is it clear or not?
Yes, yes, clear. No
Okay.
question.
Okay. Fine. All right. So now people, one thing you have to focus with that, though you are aware of now what is VLOOKUP and what is HLOOKUP, but you cannot apply as it is with any type of data. To apply these two formulas, you need to satisfy three validation rules. So what are those rules? Let me take you through. Again, this is also a very, very essential thing you have to always keep in your mind. Now, rule number one, VLOOKUP says the data has to be in vertical format. VLOOKUP says the data has to be in vertical format, then only I can help you. So what is the meaning by vertical format? Which data has to be in vertical format? We need to have a clarity. Just see. When I took my VLOOKUP formula to explain over there, okay, the data which is given by the vendor, this data has to be in vertical format. If it is not in vertical format, then VLOOKUP will not work. My data, though it is in vertical or horizontal, not a problem. But the master data where you have to pick up your answers or required values, that has to be always in vertical format. So what is vertical format? Hope it is clear.
Yes.
Vendor
Right.
format should be in vertical format.
The vendor data should be in vertical format.
Yeah.
Now, HLOOKUP says the data has to be in horizontal format, then only I can help you. So which data to be in horizontal format? Like again, the vendor's data to be in horizontal format. Now, rule number two, VLOOKUP says there should not be any duplicate where in our master data, say vendor's catalog, VC stands for vendor's catalog. I'm writing in shorthand. Okay. Now, what does it mean? We need to be discussing about this. So this is also a very essential rule you need to know. See, the moment I ask my vendor, suppose he has given this catalog, no doubt, but in column brand, suppose Acer is coming up two times. Acer is coming up with two times. So Acer first one is 22,000. Suppose I change to Acer. Now see, there are two Acers over here, right people?
Yes.
Now, in this case, what VLOOKUP is going to pick up, it will always pick the first value. So now what it is showing, Acer is of 22,000. Okay. Now it is of 28,000 over here. So earlier it was 28,000 since it was only a unique value. Now suppose say, since Acer over here is already there, all right, I now change this value. Here I'll bring it to Acer and here I bring it to iGet. Suppose, take a look. Now what is happening? Acer is coming up 28,000, correct? Since there is only one Acer. Now if I go and change this iGet to Acer, just see. Now it is no longer going to show us 28,000. What is going to become? 22,000. Just see. Have you seen that? So though Acer is there 2 times, but which one it has picked up?
The first
Highest.
First one.
Highest.
No, not highest or lowest. The first one.
First one. Okay.
Yeah, the first one which appears in the range, it will understand that that is a unique data. Rest of things are duplicate. That's why it always picks the first value. All right. Rule number 2. Is it clear?
Okay.
Same rule goes over here to our horizontal lookup also. So this is how 2 rules we are clear. Now rule number 3, what VLOOKUP says that the data flow has to be always left to right. What is the meaning by left to right flow of data? And which data has to go for left to right? We need to have a clarity. Just see. The moment we ask our vendor to give the catalog, suppose vendor has not given something like this, he has given me something like this, suppose. Then VLOOKUP will throw the answer as an error. Reason? Because our Excel formulas, whatever we have defined over here or for VLOOKUP, how the data is reading actually, it can't read your data from right to left. It always read the data from left to right. So right to left data, it will not be read out. So what we have understood, this is supposed to be there, but it is not necessary that rate column has to be immediate right to the brand column. It can be something like this also, no problem. It will always pick the value, but it has to be always right side of the brand column. Now, when you are going to select for table array, the entire data set, you should start selecting from brand and ending up with rate. You should not select anything before your brand. If at all is there, serial number, date, invoice number, anything, no need to select that. And anything after rate also, if it is there, those columns you should not bring it into your table array box. So this is how the moment you go for this over here, we have understood how our VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP or VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, how it works. Similarly for HLOOKUP also, if you look at, it says that the data flow has to be always top to bottom. Okay. So what is the meaning by top to bottom? Let's go and discuss that also. See, when you look at our data, when the vendor has given the catalog something like this, suppose he did not give in this fashion, what it did exactly, let me take you through. So VLOOKUP, our HLOOKUP cannot read our data from bottom to top. It always reads the data from top to bottom. So these basic ground rules we have to remember, people, whenever we go for our VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. Hope that is clear. The rules of our VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP formula. Any doubt, any queries?
Sir, here you told left to right. It will take the values left to right, and
Yeah.
you created in between some columns also. In that the column, the in between column should be blank. If there is any value, it will not be correct also, no?
No. Which one you're talking about?
And just you made a in the vertical lookup. You created a column in between two. It just separated a rate and the brand and the rate you separated.
Right.
While explaining the things.
Right.
So if there is a column, blank column, it is okay. If there is some write-ups in that, some data is there. So in the in between, it will work properly or it will not work.
Yes, here you have to, while you are taking the data, you should select all these three. Now, in which column you have the rates?
3.
So you need to
So
define the column index number as 3 instead of 2.
Okay.
Result.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah. All right. So now we all are in equal page. What is VLOOKUP? What is HLOOKUP? Why we need to lock it, to freeze it, and what is the significance of typing 0? And what are the rules of ground rules of our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP? We have clearly, thoroughly checked that. Now, can I take it to the next level?
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah.
So while means putting the column index in big data, means how to see this row index number count. Sometimes I find that I can't able to fetch that number.
I'll tell you a simple technique. See, suppose say you are typing a VLOOKUP formula equal to VLOOKUP. You are taking your data from some location, that is lookup value. Now, when you go for table array, see the beauty. When I go for and looking for table array, do you see when I select in the bottom right corner how many rows and how many columns it is showing? 1 row, 4 columns.
Yeah, that I can able to, but if I select total data, then I can't now.
Yeah, you whatever the data when you are selecting, even though total data also you select, it is going to show that how many columns and how many rows it will show that. Corner, bottom right corner, just see. So
Yes,
as I
yes.
told you, before brand anything is there, you no need to select. And after rate anything is there, you no need to select. So when I go for table array like this to select, automatically it shows me how many rows and how many columns I'm just selecting, it shows me. So I need to remember, okay, I have end up with second column. That's it.
Yeah. Yes, but in that corner also, sir, here F4 where it is written meeting point of row and column, starting of the set. There
Uh,
also we can able to do now sometimes.
right, that is this over here you are talking about when I select it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, where seated means below file name.
Below five.
C3 is written and there also we can view what row it is going in the right side.
No, where you are talking about, I'm not getting that.
Just 1 second. I'm saying here. Here, sir.
1 minute, I can't see your screen blank.
A7. My
Now it's
screen is
populating.
blank.
Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
A17 is written, sir. There only.
No, no,
Sometime
that is only
we
for
used to.
no, that is only for one cell. It is written. When you select the range, what is that it is picking up?
A3.
See anything? Do you see anything in that name box?
No.
So you'll be always be getting a value of cell, one cell value you'll be getting, but we are taking a range of cells, which is the combination of rows and columns.
So we will not find any changes now. Like if I'll select this type and this type.
No, there is a difference. There is a difference. I understood what is your concern. I understood. So instead of defining the range, you want to go for the entire column to select whole column
Yeah.
of C and
Yeah.
D.
Sometimes it happens like we have two columns, but if here some another thing is there, but I just need to select total array at a time and just copy paste formula and 2, 3, 4 column. Yeah, we lookup plus index match also we can do, but if only we lookup we want to do, then I'll just select this we lookup again this one and freezing this and only I'll change the column list.
That
And I
is
need
not
to do.
that is not needed even. That's what I'm telling.
Okay.
I'm just tell you. This is what the bad practice people have developed and the people who have taught you. That's not the ideal method Microsoft Excel ever recommends for that.
Yes, sir.
So I'll tell you the best techniques, don't worry.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So now here, people just have a focus on this. Jyoti has highlighted a good point. She is telling, if I have got many more records, now I have only hardly 10 records, I could select and I could do like this. In between, suppose some blanks are there. In the range, suppose some blanks are there. Definitely, when I go and select, it will stop over here if I go and try to select. So she is telling, when I go for table array, why can't I do something like this? If I'm in the right page, she is telling, if I go and select VLOOKUP purpose lookup value this, and instead of taking the tabular like this, she is going to prefer to select like this. So even though the blanks are there, it will be populating in the range, so I will not be facing any trouble. But I won't recommend this. The reason is, when you have a data set of maximum 10, 20, 30, 40 or 100 or 1 lakh, but you are engaging your Microsoft VLOOKUP formula for entire 10 lakhs row items to check. Though there is no data, but in the backend, Microsoft Excel VLOOKUP formula is processing the data for entire 10 lakh row items. So what will be happening? The processing time or the file will be taking a lot of time to process it. So this is the reason why always confine to your data points. Don't go for the whole column to select over there. Hope you got a clarity.
Yes.
Right. So this is how people will tell you why you are selecting the range all the time. Why don't you take the entire column? This is the reason why you can explain them also. All right. So now we have understood the basic rules of our ground rules of our VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP formula, people. Now we are going to discuss the next tab over here called VLOOKUP approximate. So which is technically, it is being remained as a mystery for quite long. Since the day we have learned our VLOOKUP formula, we have never used this pattern and nobody has ever explained us, instead of 0, what else we can use it. So instead of 0, you can use 1. Like 0 stands for exact match, 1 stands for approximate match. But where to use this? Technically, approximate match has a different meaning over here. What we believe, our dictionary meaning, if there is something called Excel, okay, suppose I have the data of Excel, but in the other case I have only EX. So what I believe, if it is also partially matching, this is called our approximate match, we believe, because first two characters are matching. Can you see?
Yes.
Though it is Excel, but here it is
Yes.
X. So if I go for over here Excel 300 equal to VLOOKUP, taking the lookup value over here, if I go and check this range, suppose say, okay, comma 2, comma 1, we believe and we get the answer, but we are not getting that. Though it is partially matching, though it is approximately matching, but it is not bringing the result. So this is not exactly the meaning by approximate match. In Excel, approximate match is meaning something different. Okay, so we need to first understand that. Now, let's come back to our data. A very beautiful example, it has been presented over here. Focus on that. See, we have some employees, we conducted a test, we found their respective ratings. Okay, now what is the job we have? Our management has given a circular to us stating that if somebody is having the rating of 0 to 3, grade E, 3.1 to 3.5, grade D, like that, it is already predefined. We need to check the rating and based on that we need to award the grade. So if it is 3.5, look at the matrix and tell me what is the grade that person is going to get it.
D.
D.
D. If it is of 3.9,
3.9
C.
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 3.7
C.
C.
only. So like that we need to fetch. This is again a real-time question, people. Now the question is how to do that or what we do in this case. Whatever it comes to your mind, you can tell me.
So we can go for a VLOOKUP.
It will not work. You can go for a VLOOKUP. If you go for a VLOOKUP, lookup value is this. And if you take the data from this point, column index number 2, if I go for it, what happens? I don't get all the places the value, but certain cases I'm getting. Can you see that? Where I'm getting, where exactly it is
Exactly match.
matching, where it is matching exactly, those cases only I am getting. Can you see that? So this is
Yeah.
matching over here. So these two cases I'm getting. Here I'm getting, here I'm getting. So wherever it is exactly going to match with 5, this is going to match. Now, how about the rest? If the data is falling in a range, so basically which type or what type of data can fall in a range? Now you got a clarity? Only in place of numbers. So numbers only can fall in a range like 0 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30. Or if you talk about your debtors or creditors, the aging outstanding, if you want to look at 0 to 30 days or 31 to 60 days, 61 to 90 days, or if your stock item you do the aging, which is less than 90 days, it is available, more than 90 days, it is available. All this kind of cases, we call it as a range. Okay. And now, the moment you want to go for a approximate calculations, people, we can apply only in place the data is a number. Hope you got a clarity.
Yes.
Now, in this case, VLOOKUP is not working. That we have understood, no doubt about it. But now, what is the option we have to deal with? Technically, our experts, they will suggest you keep writing multiple if formulas. So we have got 5 or 6 conditions to be checked. People will ask you go and write 5 if formulas in a particular cell. But remember, as I told you, the more the if formula, again file size will be heavy. Now one lengthy if formula, when you write for 10,000 times for 10,000 people to apply to find out the grade, think about the file size. Automatically it will be very heavy. So in this place, what you can do, people, instead of writing the if formula for multiple times, you can go for a simple formula called VLOOKUP with approximate match. Now, when I explained, it seems so simple. Then why people are not using it, or why we have never seen anybody using it? Because like VLOOKUP with exact match, you cannot apply VLOOKUP with approximate match. There are certain ground rules you need to be satisfied with. What is that? First of all, your data, the master data, should contain a matrix. And rule number 2, it must be sorted. So these are the 2 ground rules always you have to satisfy with. So now we'll go and discuss one by one. Just focus on my screen, no need to do anything. First thing, what is the meaning by matrix? See, matrix is meaning nothing but, just watch my screen. There should be a record we should create something like this: 0, 3.1, 3.6, 4.1 over here, then 4.6 over here, again 5. So now what is the meaning of creating this? This is called our matrix. Okay. Now what is the meaning by matrix? Just I will hide this. Now what you understood from this?
Starting data.
So if somebody is scoring 0, grade E, that is pretty clear. Do you agree? Right, people? If
Yes.
somebody's rating is 0, I will be awarding the grade of E. That is clear. If somebody is scoring 3.1, I will be awarding the grade of grade D. That is also clear. What if anybody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1? More than 0 but less than 3.1. What should be the grade?
E grade.
E grade. So
E grade.
that is called range.
D.
That is called range. Okay. And that is what nothing but the theoretical understanding we have given it over here. Like if somebody is scoring 0 to 3, grade E, 3.1 to 3.5, grade D. For that reason, this is the matrix actually we have created. Now, is this sorted? Yes, in smallest to largest order, 0 to 5, smallest to largest order, it is sorted. So our rule is satisfied. Now, coming back to VLOOKUP formula, watch my screen. VLOOKUP, I have taken, lookup value is my rating from the left, I have taken from here, comma, where to search, table array. I can select this entire 3 columns of data. Need to lock it because this range should not move down or move right, comma. How many columns are there in the border area? 3 columns. Which column is containing the grade?
Third column.
So we should define 3, comma. So far what we have learned?
0.
0 as exact match. But
One.
that, but that was not working. So we'll be going for 1. Now see the beauty. Immediately we'll be getting the result. And the moment you go for double click on fill handle, wherever the data is matching as it is, we are getting no problem. Wherever it is falling in a range also, we are getting the results. So this is what the beauty of our VLOOKUP with approximate match. So please give it a try and check it's working.
Sir, I don't understand. We define that range, 0, 3.1, 3.6, 4.1, highest value or lowest value we have defined, right?
No, no, no. It's not about highest and lowest. See,
Okay.
that's what I explained to you. If somebody is scoring 0, rating 0,
Hmm.
what should be the grade?
Okay, got it.
I'm
So
asking, if
E,
the is
E,
0, grade
E.
should be E. Are you getting
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
If suppose somebody is scoring 3.1,
Grade D.
should be D. Am I getting that?
Uh-huh.
Now, what if somebody is scoring more than 0 but less than 3 or 3.1?
Hmm.
What should be the grade?
E.
E only. So when I go for 0.8, what should be the grade?
E.
Sorry?
E.
E. Get that?
Mm-hmm.
So that is the reason why when it is having 0 exact match we are having, if it is more
Okay,
than
okay.
0 and
Approximate, no? Okay,
that's
one.
that is what when it is falling in a
Got it.
range. So that's why
Mm-hmm.
this number parameter we call it as a matrix. So when it is
Matrix.
going for 0, 3.1, in between anything comes up, it will take this grade option from here.
Okay. And
So
that's why
that's
we use one approximate. Yeah, no.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
All right, please confirm. Is it working for your case? Any doubt, any queries? And this will be very, very helpful whenever you are calculating your discount patterns or incentive calculations, income tax calculations, where the data is in a slab or your production quantity or your production, suppose incentive you want to give it to the people, whatever it is, when the data is falling in a slab, you can go for it.
For me, it is becoming a reference slash ref.
Okay, spell out the formula, what you have typed.
My formula is we look up open parenthesis C6 comma F6 to F11 I log comma 3 comma 1
F6 to H11.
F6 to no F6
H.
to F11 I
One column, how you can search?
yeah.
So you have taken only one column, but where is the output? Output is in the grade column, right? So grade column should be in the tabular arranged, right?
Yeah.
So instead of F11, you should go for H11.
I'm also getting some error, not
Okay.
any.
What is the spell the formula?
Same formula. Uh, we look up
Sure, one by one.
C6,
Uh-huh.
then F6 H11
No, no,
logged.
F6, H11. Have you logged it?
Yes, logged.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
comma 3 comma 1.
Okay.
Then
What is that you are getting?
NA.
Okay. Share the screen, please.
Yes. Can you see, sir?
It's getting loaded. Just give me a minute. Yeah, I can see that. Now go to the formula. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. You have not defined the range at all. See, I told you you have to create a matrix, right? Where is the matrix? The first column, no. Here, you just see. 0 to 3. 0 to 3, you have given the range. What is the value? You have to give it matrix. 0. You have to start with 0, type 0.
Okay, sir.
Then 3.1.
Same range, right?
No. 3.1.
Okay.
Just type 3.1.
3.1,
3.6.
3.6,
4.1. 4.6.
4.6.
And then 5. Now you see, automatically it has turned up.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Now double click on that fill handle. Yes, you got the result. So this matrix you have to create manually. What you type now, that you have to create manually. That is the rule. All right. So I'm taking the control back on the screen. I believe everybody is clear with our VLOOKUP with exact match, VLOOKUP with approximate match. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, let's go for our next sheet, naming called advanced lookup. So again, we are going to discuss some more beautiful formulas, combinations, or nested functions, how to deal with. So let's stay focused first with our data. So here, if you look at, suppose say my boss asked me, Pravas, get me the entire employee related information. So I just gave a respective T code in my SAP system. I could generate near about 10,000 records comes like this. How it is? Like employee ID is there, name of the person, department they belong to, what is the position, and how much is the salary. Everything, all the entire details are available. So when I showed this data to my boss, he is not quite happy and he is telling me, Prabhas, this data is of no use for me. Do one thing. Create a template in such a way that whenever I go and type any of the employee ID, the corresponding details should be available. I repeat, boss is asking that create a template in Excel for me in such a way, whenever I go and type any of the employee ID, the corresponding details should be available. So let's go for a sample case. If I go for it, our ID 004, who is that?
Mr. D.
Mr. D should come over here. What's his department?
Legal. Position
Come
is
over
manager.
here. Position is manager, should come over here. Salary is 2000, should appear over here. This is what my boss is expecting from me. So if this is the case, how we are going to deal with? Anybody?
We can go for an
H lookup.
H lookup.
H lookup, how it is going to have a H lookup, Money?
Because we are going to take the details horizontally.
No. You did not get me then. See, what did I say the rules? If you are going for a horizontal format, which data has to be in horizontal format?
The source data should be
The
in
master
horizontal
data.
format.
The master data, right? So
Yeah.
if you look at our employee ID, is it in a horizontal format or it's in a vertical format?
It's a vertical format. Okay.
So how you can apply HLOOKUP? Now here we have got 5 employees data. You could say, okay, I can go and directly search like this. But out of 10,000, you got to search. Where is employee ID 004, right?
Yeah.
So the data, what you are looking for over here in master data, how it is there. So my lookup value, if I
Master
look
data.
at, it is there in a vertical format. So I have to use VLOOKUP. This is how you have to check. That's what I told you. That's the reason why I told you the rules.
Okay.
So if it is a name, over here, I need to go and apply the VLOOKUP formula, taking this comma. If I go for locking my cell like this over here completely, I'll go for F4, no doubt. But this A11 cell should not move right, so I need to lock it. And what is that column index number? Name is in which column in the master data?
Yes, B2.
No. B2 is not a column index
B3.
number.
Two, two.
No. Not A, B, C, and all. I never told you
1, 2,
to
3, 4, 5.
one,
It is
two,
2.
three.
2.
It is
4.
2. So when I go for 2 comma 0 bracket close control enter, what I'm getting? All the places only the
Only
name
B.
of the employee, because when I go to department, my column index number is not changing to 3. So again, what we need to do, we need to go and change this to 3. So here position, again I need to go and change it to 4. Then again salary, I need to go and change it to 5. This is how the practice we have. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yes.
So going to 5 different columns and changing the column index number for 5 different times. Are you comfortable doing the same?
We can do any increment, adding the.
It will take more time.
Right. So here hardly we have 5 columns of data. We may do that, no doubt. Suppose say when you download the data from SAP or ERP, you have got 80 to 90 columns, and similar fashion you have got 20 columns data to be populated. So 20 times you need to go and keep changing the VLOOKUP formula. That is really not at all advisable. So if this is the case, how to make some improvements in our formula application, let's have an understanding. So first 1 minute, watch my screen, no need to do anything. In this kind of cases, people first understand how many columns we have in our master data.
5 columns.
People,
5.
how many columns are there in the master
5,
data?
5, 5, 5.
5. And when you go for it, name, department, position, salary, is it the same sequence also we do have in our template?
Yes.
So if I'm looking for name and I'm thinking to apply VLOOKUP, name purpose, if you look at in master data, name is in which column?
Second column.
Second.
Okay.
So for that, my column index number has to be 2, correct?
Yes.
Department, in which column?
3,
Position,
4,
salary.
5.
So this is supposed to be our column index number, okay? But this is, I mean, this has nothing to do with our formula. So don't be in the impressions that we are going to use all this in our formula. No. So this is just for the understanding I have created. Now 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it a sequence?
Yes.
Is it a chronological order?
Yes.
So when the data is in sequence or in an order, what you need to do, people, is see. We'll select our entire solution array. First 1 minute, closely watch my screen, understand the concept. Next 1 minute, I'll be giving time to try it. Don't worry. So first watch my screen. I have taken entire solution array equal to VLOOKUP. Now what it demands me, lookup value. So what is my lookup value? Over here is my employee ID. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Now this data, when I copy the formula towards right, A11 should not go to B11. Do you agree?
A11 should not go to B11.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But when I copy the formula down, if at all my boss tries to find out some more employees results, he will be dragging the formula down and A11 should move to B11, I mean A12.
Yeah, correct.
A11 should not go to B11, but A11 should go to A12. This moment we have to make it on. So for that, we need to make it as column lock. Instead of locking the entire cell, only we'll be locking the column. So this is how we should design our formula that in any situation, it should work. Now, comma. What is that it is asking? Table array. Where is the table data? It's the complete table array. Now this range should not move down or move right. We need to lock it. Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Comma. What is the next one it is asking? Column index number. So as we discussed, Our column index number has to be 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you agree?
Yes.
But we can't define all these four numbers together. And neither we could go to each and every column and edit the formula. We are pretty clear about it. So now the question is how to get same column numbers as it is over there in the formula. If you remember, in our day one, we discussed something about the vendor evaluation. Able to recall? In day one, we discussed something on vendor evaluation. L1, L2, L3 rates we have identified. Did you remember?
Okay. We can choose that
Yeah.
cell.
No, no. In those case, what is the formula we had used in our business maths case
Fine.
studies? If you look at, we used a formula called small and large. Did you remember?
Yeah.
And in those small and large, there was a need of K, and those K purpose we had used 1, 2, 3. But later, when you delete that 1, 2, 3, formula was in trouble. And how did you rectify? By using another formula called row. Did you remember?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Confident at all, so lacks of practice. This is the trouble. Well, I'll take you through. Just see. No need to worry about it. If you remember, there was a formula over here we were dealing it, and if I go for my small formula over here, small, if I take this range, lock it, comma, over here, we used to go for this kind of formulas, and we are getting the result. But later, if somebody goes and delete all these things, this formula was in trouble. So what I said, you should go for a formula over here. Instead of G12, use the row formula. Like row formula, what it does, it gives me the row number as the answer. So row number is 12, so I'll be getting 12. But what I'm looking for, 1. So we'll go for minus 11 and automatically we'll be getting the result. So this is what we had discussed the other day. If you go back to your files also, you'll be finding the same solution there. Able to recall?
Yes.
So there we were looking for the data in multiple rows. That's why we use the row formula. But now if you look at what we are working, where we are working with multiple columns. Do you agree? There we were looking for multiple rows result, but now we are looking for multiple columns result,
Right.
correct? So what
Yes.
we'll do now, just see, is equal to VLOOKUP, I do it again, taking this, making as column log, comma, going for our table array completely, locking the same, then comma, I'll be using column formula. So like row formula gives me the row number as the answer, column formula will be giving the column number as the answer. Now which column I am typing the formula? Can you identify? In which column I am typing the formula?
B11.
B11 is not a column. B11 is a
Oh,
cell. B11 is a cell. But column is B. 11
B.
is the column is B, row is 11. So which column we are typing the formula? In column B. Correct?
B.
B.
Yeah.
So B is actually alphabet, but if you count, what is the number of B?
B
2.
it's 2. 2.
So my column formula will return the answer 2. And that will become my column index number for VLOOKUP formula. And is it the same number we were expecting the moment we started having the discussion?
Yes.
My column formula, if you look at, this is going to give me 2. Let me give you immediate confirmation. Just see my column formula. Is it giving me 2? Yes. So this is how people, the column formula we had applied, comma, as we
How
know,
you check
VLOOKUP,
that one, sir? How you
F9,
check?
F9.
Ah, okay.
Now, column formula, when you apply it, then ideally VLOOKUP formula, how it closes with, we have discussed already, with exact match. For that, 0. Now, when you go for bracket close, formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut?
Control enter.
We got the result with one shot, one go. We no need to keep on changing the values. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, if your data is in the same sequence and you are trying to fetch multiple column results, when your lookup value is matched, always go for VLOOKUP with column combination. Give it a try and check it's working. Any doubt, any queries, do let me know.
So then why did we define 2, 3, 4, 5 here in
That
scenario
is
1?
for the understanding. That is for the understanding. Nothing to do with the formula. If you delete also, it is not going to give any impact. That is for the understanding. Since in our master data, we have the answers in 2, 3, 4, 5 column numbers. The same number we are expecting and the same we are going to generate by the column formula. So if I go for the column formula also, it is generating the same numbers.
Okay.
All right. So I believe it is working.
One minute.
Mhm.
E7. So for me, the name and the department came. Name and department, name is some mistake. Department manager came. The order is not correct.
Okay.
And not applicable also came.
Okay. You do one thing. Select your, as I show you on the screen, just see. Select your name, department, position, salary, the entire solution array,
Yeah.
and open the formula with F2. F2, function F2, whichever it is. Formula is opened.
Formula is open.
Read the formula. What you have typed.
We look up A11. We look up bracket A11, comma A3.
1 minute. A11. A is locked. In A11, A is locked.
No.
That is the trouble. So make A11 A as column lock. F4 3 times.
F4 3 times. A lock 3. Then dollar E.
No. Have you logged A11 as column A only lock?
No.
A11. A11 is the lookup value. That
Okay.
should be column constant.
Dollar A11.
Right, comma.
Comma. I select the entire range.
That is
Entire range I lock.
okay.
Then column open bracket, close bracket, comma 0, close.
Okay. Then control enter.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Right. So, Vinod, hope you have got the answer.
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay.
Okay, so a question. We are doing this for the column. So same as we can, if data is in row and we need in row. I mean, the data is in row and we need it in column, so we can use row instead of column, right? Accordingly.
No. Data is in row. How it is going to come? Data is in row over here. There's no question
For
over.
example, here we need data out of column, right? Like name, department, position, salary.
No,
So
in
in
that case,
case,
if you have to go for horizontal format, it is H lookup.
okay,
H lookup, where the row index number it comes, then you can use the row formula. In VLOOKUP, since it is asking a column index number, we have to use the column formula. Because
okay,
we are not going to edit each and every column one by one time and changing the column index number. Since the data is in same sequence, and we are also looking for in the data in the same sequence, we have gone for VLOOKUP with column combination.
got it.
Now, kindly stay focused, people, for one more minute. And again, what I'm saying is try to understand. Now, as we know, since this is a template my boss asked me to design, I have designed the template. But we can't have a sample data like this in a template and send it across. So template has to remain blank. Do you agree? When
Can
you
you
get
extend one more
the
time?
forms, when you get the forms to fill something, your feedback or your opinion or your polling, anything, do you see any pre-filled forms? And you keep editing and deleting and then you are giving your own choice. So forms, how it's supposed to be? Always blanks, correct?
Blanks. Yeah.
So in this case also, Go to our A11 cell where the employee ID is there. If you delete, what happens? Just A11 alone you delete. What happens?
Everything become error is coming.
Right, hash NA. Now, why this hash NA turns up? Because of the absence of data. We know that. But having this kind of setup, again, we cannot send the sample case or we can't send this template to someone else. So basically, we have to create a setup in such a way. As long as there is no data over here in employee ID, my formula should remain silent. It should not give any kind of output. And when somebody types the data, automatically it should give the corresponding details. And to make it happen, what we can do, just watch my screen 1 minute. I will select this entire solution array, and what I'll do, I'll go and apply one more formula before VLOOKUP or after equal to, naming called if error. If error. How it works, I will tell you. Just see on my screen. Okay. Understand first the concept. First, when we go for application of formula people, it will take the formula to calculate is our VLOOKUP. So step 1 VLOOKUP formula is processed. Though we have written if error in the beginning, but Excel will first process VLOOKUP formula. This is step 1. Then once VLOOKUP formula throws an error like hash NA, then step 2, our formula will be applied naming called if error. This is in step 2. So as I told you, this is step 1, and as I told you, this is step 2. Hope it is clear.
Can you explain one more time? It's not clear.
See, the errors were coming up, hash NA.
Yeah.
So those errors I need to handle, and for those errors purpose, I want the output either to be 0, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable, anything I want to write it, then I have to write one more formula called if error.
Okay.
So this if error formula I have to write before VLOOKUP. Then how the formula is processed by Excel is, that is what I'm explaining. So when you go and write if error in the beginning, though it is the first formula, it seems, but technically Excel is going to calculate first VLOOKUP. And if it is returning the answer as an error, step 2, if error formula will be applied. This is what I'm explaining.
Yeah.
Forget about the answer. Just see how the formula is being processed. Hope you understood the order of the formula processing.
Yes.
Right. Now, once you have done with this over here, since we have already worked with our if or formula, now whatever the errors also, those places, what you are expecting, that we need to also mention. So I'll go for a comma after VLOOKUP. Whatever I'm expecting, that I should retain within two double inverted quotes. But technically, this is what a template. As I told you in day one, if you remember, the template has to remain always blank. And for blank purpose, what I said there,
Two port.
two double inverted quotes, no
Inverted.
space,
No
no
space.
space.
Close bracket.
Without any space, you have to give two immediate double inverted quotes. Now bracket close for if error. Formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut?
Control
Control,
enter.
enter. And the moment I go for this, can you see? As long as there is no data over here in employee ID column, my formula remains silent. Now, if I go and type any of the employee ID over here, it will be ready with the answer. So this is how people, whenever you design the template, if error is the formula, can be combined with any formula and handle your formula driven errors. So give it a try and check, is it working? Yes, people, any questions from anybody? Not working or did not get it answer? These things are very, very essential, people, while designing the dashboard, summary report, tabular report in our routine activities. You need the most. So taking the live data, you have to practice. Logics remains the same. That has to be clear. So anything is not clear in terms of logic, do let me know. If it is done, drop me a message. Y for yes. Pinky and
Pinky,
Jyoti.
you are done? Yes, I am done.
Yes.
So nobody is replying. What's there?
Yeah, everybody has taken the oath to make my life miserable,
No, sir.
right? Anyway, jokes apart. All right. So I believe people, everybody is clear so far, whatever we discussed, correct? Now let us analyze the same situation again. Just focus on my screen, follow my audio. Now suppose say this is what, as I told you, when we are designing a template, we should keep the template remain blank. Now I delete this employee ID and my formula remains silent. We got that understanding. Now suppose say this is what our friend Vinod has created something the template like this and he has sent it across to our friend, say money. Now money is watching the data, okay, template is there and he just typed the employee ID something like this and this is not working. Okay, this is not working. Now he got panic. Immediately he called up to our friend Vinod, stating that Vinod, what kind of formula you have created, it's not working. Now Vinod has no idea where and how the thing has gone wrong because when he sent the file, he had checked twice and then he has dispatched. So now, unless and until he leaves his workstation and comes to his boss cabin, say our friend Mani's cabin, and watching his laptop, he will be having no idea where the thing it has gone wrong. And when he comes there and watching, Mani has done a silly mistake like this. Okay. Now we know how you would be feeling when your boss is doing a silly mistake. Yes, Vinod, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Right. So definitely we'll get very frustrated, annoyed, and
Yes.
why this frustration, disappointment, or annoyed option, I mean, kind of feeling we are getting. The reason is a simple thing he could have done that, but because of that, you had to leave your work which you were doing in the middle of the way. You have to leave that work and you come back over here. Your time is being wasted, right, Vinod?
Yes, sir.
Right. Money, do you believe that? Is it true? Vinod's time is being wasted?
Yeah, it's true, sir.
Right.
So,
Now, in this case, though it is Binod's time or organization's time, at the end of the day, there is a waste of time. But who is held responsible for that? Whose mistake is in this scenario? Jyoti, if you were there as a neutral person, audience, Whom you blame?
Sir, will definitely blame the boss that maybe he has done something.
So you mean to say our friend Vinod, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So one thing we know that boss is always right. So there is no scope of blaming the boss at any point in time, even though he commits a mistake. So I would say it's Vinod's mistake. How? Because who has given that opportunity to boss to commit the mistake? It's Vinod. So that's why it's Vinod's mistake only. So what you have understood from the entire story, people, whenever you design the template, do not give the options to the user to type the data. Give a options to select the data. So the minimize of errors going to happen. You are not going to struggle, and there is no duplicacy of work is going to happen over there. So now the question is how to control this kind of errors to happen, how to prevent this kind of errors to happen. Let's start working together. Delete your employee ID for A11 cell and select that cell. Go to the data menu. Can you see we have an option called data validation? I'm highlighting, you can see that.
Yes, sir.
Data validation. When you click it, what happens? It asks me over here a dialog box where you could see settings allow it shows as any value. I don't want any value to be allied. I just want to go for only a list. So select this list option. Then it asks me source. So to create that list, where is the source data? So the data source is A3 to A7, the employee ID details. And the moment you select this range in the source box and click OK, you will be finding a drop down. Is it ready? And now your boss has only one option. So Mani will be very happy definitely because he doesn't need to type anything. And when he selects a particular case, respective details are available on a quick note. So this is how people, whenever you want to create a dashboard to make the things dynamic, this kind of drop down you can create and relate to your formula. The formula will be also become dynamic. All right. So where is the option? Data, data validation. You'll be finding it. Can you try this and let me know?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is how you have to keep creating your data sets in such a way that people, when they're looking for, they should not keep bothering you for the data. You can make it dynamic for them and they will be also happy working the same. No issues. Now, Pinky, is it clear for you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Now, over here, we'll go for our scenario number 2. Stay focused, please. Same master data we have. Now we are looking for the employee ID results of ID 003. So same name, department, position, salary only we have to get. So what we can do? Can we apply the same formula since the data is in the same sequence? Here name, department, position, salary. Here also name, department, position, salary. Can we
Yes.
take the same formula help? We look up with column, right?
Yeah.
When we'll go for equal to VLOOKUP, taking the lookup value, I'll go for making it of column lock, comma, table array. The moment I go for this and I apply this, which column index number? That has to be identified by column formula, comma. What kind of match we are always following is the exact
Zero.
match?
Zero.
0. Then control enter. So I am not getting the answer. I am facing a trouble now. Can anybody identify where is the problem? I designed the formula, what we have learned, same thing as it is, situation remains the same. So my formula is not working in this case. So where is the problem?
G4, what I can say.
G4 is the problem. How? Okay. You are unable to find out? Let me take you through. Now you tell me which column I am typing the formula.
So typing in G4, column G.
No, G is having the employee ID, right?
But yeah, but
I'm writing
we should
H
start
column.
from H. Yeah.
See, I am writing the formula in H column only. You can differentiate light gray, dark gray. Can you see the column headers colors?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
dark gray starts from H, means though I have selected H, I, J, K, but I am typing the formula in H column. So H, if I'm looking for name in our master data, name is in which column? In the table array, in the border area. Which column name is there?
B.
Second.
Second.
Second. Right. Now, when I'm looking for the same name only, my column index number has to be 2, as we discussed earlier also, correct?
Yes.
Okay, tariff is a
Now,
name and
H.
define this
Now,
again.
H. What is the number it is going to return?
2.
H, how it will become 2? A, B,
Yes, sir.
C, D, E, F, G,
8,
H.
82.
No.
So,
It would be
column formula, if I check, it will give me the answer of 8. But technically, we are looking for 2. So, what we need
2.
to do? We need to do a basic
Minus
mathematics
6.
Minus
calculation
6.
-6, and then we can go for control enter. So what you have understood, when you are applying VLOOKUP formula between two different Excel sheets or two different Excel files, though the data is in the same sequence, no worries, but slightly you need to tweak your data to match the column index number. So this is how. Give it a try and check it's working. Is it working for everyone?
No, sir. I don't know. I made some mistake.
Okay. You can select starting from H4,
That's not. Yeah.
H4 to K4
One
and
second, sir.
open the
We
formula.
look up.
Mm-hmm.
We look up. Then I'm selecting after we look up G3.
Okay.
It's a G4.
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 Mm-hmm.
Come on. Then I want to lock it here, correct?
Okay. F4 thrice.
But when I lock, for trace, comma, I'm selecting the range and locking. Column -6, column -6, comma 0.
Then have you pressed enter or control enter?
Yeah, press enter.
Enter. That's what
And-
lack of practice. This is the reason why I told you.
Yeah.
You have to practice all these things.
Now it's okay.
Yep, I knew that. I knew that you forgot to do control enter.
Mm. But again, in the ID column, we want to create that drop box. No?
If you need that, you can do in the practicing time. If you need, you can do that. If you can go for if error also to apply it, you can do that. So I gave you options. Now you know the relevance of those information, where and how to use it. So those things during the practicing hours, you can apply it. Don't worry. All right. So I believe everybody's clear with our scenario 2, what we did. Any doubt, any queries, any challenge?
Sir, I'm sorry, but I do not understand column -6. I mean, we did the -6 because we need the data, at 8, right? After 2 comma. But I don't understand still.
See, that's what I told you. In our master data, how many columns are there?
5.
Name is in which column?
Second.
Second. So here, if I'm looking for name, if I go for VLOOKUP, my column
Mm-hmm.
index number has to be 2, correct?
Here it's 2, yeah.
Yep. So if I go for column formula, what I'm getting? Since I'm in 8th column, starting from counting A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I'm in 8th column. My column
Okay.
formula is giving me 8,
Yeah.
but name is in second column.
Mm.
So if I go for drag this column formula, it give me 8, 9, 10, 11.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm looking for, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2, 3, 4. Yes.
So what we'll do, we'll go and select this. Instead of column -6, if I do it and control enter, is it generating the same number? 2, 3, 4, 5. And that will become my column index number for VLOOKUP formula.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Fine. Now we'll go to our scenario number 3. So here again we're going to discuss some more beautiful concepts of our formulas to handle the complex situations. Stay focused, please. Same master data again we are taking into reference, and now we are looking for the details of ID 005. But now if you look at, name is not our first requirement. First we are looking for department, then salary, then name, then position. If that is the case, how to get it done? So if I'm looking for department in my master data, department in which column it is there?
Third
3
column.
column.
So column index number has to be 3 if I'm going for VLOOKUP. See, what should be your approach for the problem? That also you are learning now. It's not like directly jump into solution or think what exactly to be done. So make your things very simple. Look at your scenarios, understand the case, then think about it how to apply. So now, if I'm thinking to apply VLOOKUP, my column index number has to be 3. Now salary, which column in the master data? So answer should be 5. Name,
Name second.
2.
Position 3. Position 4.
4th.
so 3524 should be my column index number if I'm going for VLOOKUP formula. Is it clear?
Yeah, clear.
Now, answers. Option 1. Can we take VLOOKUP with column combinations to get this result? Or otherwise, let me take it in this way. 3524, is it a sequence? Is it a chronological order?
No.
It's an odd
So,
number. It's an odd number and even
no,
number.
I'm not asking odd even. I'm just asking, is it a series?
No.
3524, at any respect, you can consider this as a series.
It is not in sequence.
That's what. So since it is not in sequence, since it is not in chronological order, since it is not in a proper series, VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. What we did in the previous case, VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Now, option 2. Can we do cut paste work? Department column, we cut it, put it over here. Salary column, we cut it, put it over here. And then it will be bringing them into a series form. And then we can go and apply VLOOKUP with column. That can be done. Because we know how to cut paste, Control X, Control V. That is very easy. We know how to do that, correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
But do you think that that's an ideal option? Do you think that this is a good idea?
But it is the amount of work is more copy paste.
So definitely, since it is of 4 columns maximum, we can do the cut paste or copy paste work. But technically, when you download the data from SAP or ERP, there might be of 80 fields. Out of that, 15 fields you have to do the cut paste. So while doing the necessary arrangements of the column, somewhere you will be lost and you will be committing mistakes definitely. Because two human being is to error. And during that process, if you are getting a call from the bus, so definitely mistake will be happening. Do you agree?
True.
So, having said this, option 2 is also ruled out. Now, option 3, do you think that VLOOKUP has the power to make the column index number dynamic automatically in this format? If yes, then why we are struggling over here? Right? So, VLOOKUP also doesn't have the power to change the column index number automatically. So, having said this, now we do not have any options over here to deal with this particular piece of problem. So what we need to do, people, first we need to add some more power to our VLOOKUP formula. What is that? Let's go and explore. Start working with me. Just leave 4 to 5 rows down and type a text called Jan and drag it up to December.
Okay.
So,
Data is ready.
We are ready.
Now, no need to do anything. Just watch my screen for next 2 minutes. Close observe. Observe closely very. So here, in this highlighted block, how many variables I have? Variable in the sense, how many contents or how many cells I have in this range? 12.
12 cells.
Jan to December, we know it's of 12 variables, 12 types, right? Yeah. Now, in this 12 variables, if I ask you, what is the position of May? What's your answer?
5.
How did you come to know about it? Because we started counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2, like this. The moment we reach May, we got the answer as 5. This is what we did it manually. Now, the same thing when you want to do the job in Excel, Excel will be taking the help of a formula called match. No need to be worried about it. Just watch my screen again. So I'll take the match formula. What it demands me, match formula, if you look at what it demands me, lookup value. So if you remembered in our VLOOKUP, it was asking lookup value. In HLOOKUP, that was also asking lookup value. Now, what is the meaning by lookup value?
Lookup value is a marks. May.
What we have with us to search. What we have with us to search. So this May we have to search. That becomes our lookup value. Hope it is clear. Yes, no?
Yeah.
Right. Come on. Then it is asking me lookup array. If you remember VLOOKUP, what it was asking?
Total range of the cell.
table array.
Table array. That is what the appropriate terms use it. Table array. HLOOKUP. What it was asking as a second input?
Table array.
But now match formula is asking lookup array. There is a difference. Very thin line difference. People don't know that. That's why they commit a mistake and they believe match formula is very heavy. So I'll make it very simple. Remember, in any formula of Excel, if it demands array or table array, it is nothing but the combination of columns and rows. It is nothing but the combination of columns and rows. If your formula is asking lookup array, it can be a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. So in our case, if you look at how is our data, is it in a column or it's in a row?
The column.
It's a complete column. So I should take this as a lookup array. So what is lookup array? Also we are clear. Now comma. What type of match we have been dealing with so far? VLOOKUP, how it ends up with?
It's a 0.
Zero. Now,
0
H
or
lookup?
1.
No.
H lookup also
Zero.
0.
Exact match.
Exact match.
So 0 stands for exact match. Now here also match we are looking for. 0 stand for exact match. Now the moment we hit enter, can you see? We got the answer of 5. So what match formula does? It takes the cell value as an input and finds out the cell location or cell position as the answer. Now if I go and change May to September, what will be my answer?
Let's change.
8.
9. If I go for December,
12.
if I go for Feb,
2.
I go for May, we got 5, right? So this is what basically the match formula is. So give it a try and check your match formula is working, people.
So sir, match formula always give a sequence number answer.
Match formula always gives a number. Don't always remember sequence number or odd or even. Match formula gives a number as the answer.
That's good.
All right. How about others, people?
Done, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Fine.
Done.
Great. So here now, the moment we have done with this over here, for the time being, remember only one thing. Don't think as a very complex situation or don't make it more complicated. I will make it very simple. For the time being, just remember one thing that match formula gives the answer in number. Correct? Is it clear?
Yes.
Now, if you remember in our scenario 1, we used to have the column formula. Column formula also gives the answer as a number. Do you agree?
Yes.
But column formula where we used when the data is in sequence. And since my data is not in sequence, we have to use the match formula. Same VLOOKUP as it is. In place of column, we'll be going for a match formula. Hope that is clear now.
Yeah.
So let's start working with it. So let's start working together. Go to our selection of your department, salary, name, position, cells, answers array. Then type VLOOKUP. What it demands.
Difference ID.
Identify cell number.
Right. So what is the cell number? Cell over here address
G11.
Right. Now hold on there. G11. When I copy this formula right, G11 should not go to H11. But when I copy the formula down, G11 should go to G12. So what I'm supposed to do?
Log G.
Log G only. So how to log G only?
3 times.
Let's go for it. F4 3 times to make column lock. So lookup value setup element is clear.
Yeah.
Now what is the next thing it is asking?
Table array.
Where is the table array data?
Table array is a source data.
Starting from A2 to A7, E7. This range should not move down or move right. What I'm supposed to do?
Lock row
Correct.
row and column.
So F4 once.
Now match, I guess so.
Now, what is that next thing it is demanding formula?
Match.
Column
Column.
index.
So we are looking for 3, 5, 2, 4. And since it is not in a sequence, we need to use the match formula over here. Start your match formula. And for the timing, just do one thing. Forget about the VLOOKUP. The entire focus you give it to the match formula. Now what it demands, the match formula, if you look at.
Lookup value.
So what is my lookup value over here?
ID 005.
ID 005. Okay, good. But ID 005 we have already given to VLOOKUP. Can you see that?
Sir, ID only.
That is what ID 005 already given to VLOOKUP as a lookup value. Can you see that?
We need
So
correspondence of
we
department.
want to give the match name.
the match name means what exactly needs to be matched. So here, technically, we have nothing left over here to give as a lookup value, but we have something. What is that? Taking this department header, can we go and search the lookup array in my master data, the first row item? So taking department,
Yes.
can we search in the first array because our headers are arranged in the row level?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you look at in this array, how many columns are there? How many cells are there?
5.
5. Department,
5.
in which position it's there?
Third.
3rd.
Third. So when I go for completing my match formula with locking the same, comma 0, this is going to give me a number called 3. And is it the same number we were expecting the moment we started the discussion? Right? So when I go for match formula over here and check, is this going to give me 3? Yes. And this is the same number we were looking for, right? Now, once we have got it over here, comma, as usual, since we are writing the formula inside VLOOKUP, how VLOOKUP ends up with,
It's an exact
Control
value.
engine.
right? So
Zero.
zero, formula is ready only for a cell, need to apply for rest. Shortcut, control, enter, and see the beauty. Our problem starts. So, where is the problem? Please identify.
If error, we can use.
Not necessary if you're
Sir, actually it is a nested function, 2 times with parenthesis 1.
Yeah, 2 times we are given. One match is closed, then again VLOOKUP is also closed sequentially.
We want to select the entire from ID to salary, correct?
A2 to E7, including the headers, because we are going to match the headers, no? Department, salary, name, position, those headers to be matched, right?
Yeah.
So, even though we did that, we are not getting the answer. So, where the thing it has gone wrong, please identify. Yes, Jyoti? Any idea?
So why we want to put a two for match we are putting one exact value, and for VLOOKUP another exact value 0.
Simple.
Sir, that match H10 we have selected that in fridge column.
Ah, that column trace is not required because H10 has to be changed to
Just
I10,
to write.
J10, K10. It has to change, right? Salary, name, movements with their department to salary, salary to name, name to position. All right. So once you have applied the formula, still you are not getting the answer. Most of the time you will be
We want
also, yep.
maybe another param. I don't know. No.
So that's what I'd like to say. Don't be worried. Don't be panicked. Even though you try your, I mean, even though you give your entire formula absolutely right form, still you are not getting the answer. You are going to come across this kind of situation quite often while working in your real-time data. So don't be worried for that. Don't be panicked for that. Keep yourself calm. Just go back to your data, which is containing over here employee ID. Check once. Is it in a proper form, or is it having some unwanted data, or is the data is matching with our records? All these things you have to check. So take an example. If you look at our employee ID, how many characters seems to be visible?
ID 6.
So if I go for len to calculate the number of characters available in a cell, it gives me how much?
Okay, blanks.
So
Space.
what we have believed now, some unwanted character is available. Don't jump into a solution saying that it's a space. It may not be a space. Looks like a space. So this is how we have identified that we have a unwanted data. That's why our formula is not able to calculate properly. Now, if at all it is a space available, to clean that, we have a formula naming called trim. So trim formula is designed to clean the unwanted spaces from a cell. Though it is in the beginning, at the end, or in the middle, it will clean all of them. So now, the moment I clean my data, if I go back and check, is equal to len this, is it showing now 6 characters? Yes. So now I am confirmed there was a unwanted space. Hope you got a clarity.
One more time, please.
Which one?
The trim
Two
formula.
formulas I used. One is len to calculate the number of characters available in a cell. Trim formula to remove the unwanted spaces from a cell. And when the trim formula cleans the data, again I recalculate. Now it is showing me 6.
Okay.
So now the question is, if this is the case, do I need to take a separate action of data cleansing and then I clean my data, make it copy paste special value, then I should go for application of formula? No. This is just for the understanding I did all these things, but once you confirmed our data is uncleaned, we don't need to go for a separate actions for that. We will be making our formula efficient enough in such a way. It will first clean the unclean data, then it will go for the rest of calculations over there. So if you look at my case, just 1 minute, watch my screen. In this entire formula solution array, which element is uncleaned? We discovered that. Which element is uncleaned?
ID. ID.
What is that address?
G G11.
$G11, right? So I should retain that $G11 within trim. I'll open trim, again I'll close trim after 11. And now formula is rectified only with one cell, need to apply for rest. Control enter and see the beauty. Though our data is still unclean, but we are able to fetch our record. So this is what the beauty people, whenever you have multiple criteria to look into, something as vertical, something as horizontal as well, you can make use of this formula called VLOOKUP with match. It's a very powerful formula. Give it a try and check, is it working? Any doubt, any queries?
Sir, I need to ask you.
Yeah, please ask.
In office, I used to face this type of issue. So,
Okay.
with large data, also, do we use this stream also along with
Yes.
VLOOKUP and matchup?
No. Yeah, true. Trim will see, even if you
Yeah,
have a
trim.
large data, trim will be applied only for a cell, not for a range. I
Yes,
can I cannot clean the whole range of data in trim. I can only clean one cell. And then that formula can be applied for rest of cells.
So, sir, it can only clean the space, or I mean,
Only space. Only
then
space.
what if there is another error, like something hidden error, like no
What kind
space,
of what kind of error?
like except like space, anything could be right. So,
That's what. If at all any other character is there, then you have to
yeah,
go for another formula called clean.
clean. Okay.
Yeah. So trim has a specific job only to remove the unwanted spaces. Though
Okay.
it is in the beginning, in the end, or in the middle, it will remove.
Okay.
Clean what it will do? Clean.
Clean the unprintable characters. Anything is there, it will convert into a printable characters or the ideal form of the data. Like take an example. I'll tell you a real-time situation which you can connect. No need to do anything. Just watch my screen. Go desktop, online training, assignments. See. Sometimes what it happens when I import my data from SAP, ERP, or any other SQL data set, anything, I get this kind of characters. Like, can you see one hourglass?
Yes.
Sorry, one timer over here, one telephone symbol, one mouse symbol, one dot symbol. It comes up like this.
Yes.
But technical, these are one of the characters. So now I need to clean this data over here. The best option, what you can do is you can go for a simple clean formula, and then it will go and read my data and it will convert into a proper readable character. Can you see? So that technically after 8 it was 6, but it has been scrambled like this and we have retrieved that. So this is called your clean formula.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. So scenario 3, is it clear, people?
Yes.
Sir, I just need to ask another question.
Yeah.
Like, we usually used to fetch data from SQL database. After that, we work on Excel. So means in lakhs of consumer list, lakhs of database. What's it upon happen that I get a NA and reference, and I don't get confidence that whatever data I'm making, it is correct. Usually, I do have a doubt, कुछ गलत हो गया क्या ऐसे. So can I put trim which we look up every time to avoid the error means error?
Yes, you can. You can blindly take not only trim, you can also take if error also. Like if at all any error is there, that can be handled with blank or not available, not applicable. And if at all, if there is a space, trim will remove all the unwanted spaces. Yes, you can take a blindly a formula like this and you can get your result if at all something is matching. All right, so I believe scenario 3 is clear, people. So taking the live data, keep practicing. This is what the formulas you needed most in your routine activities while designing any kind of template, summary report, tabular report, or dashboards you need the most. So we look up with column combination, we look up column with if error combination, then we look up with column slightly tweaking the column index number, then we look up with match, and we look up with trim. All these things we have understood. Now let's go for our next sheet, naming called nested if. So we are going to discuss some logical formulas of our Excel people, naming called nested if. So here we'll go for a short break and then we'll come back and we'll go and discuss about the rest of the topics. Okay. So in my system it is 411 dot again 425 we are going to discuss. We'll come and discuss. So have a brisk and come back soon. 4:25 p.m. All right, so I believe everybody's back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Vinod.
Hello.
Yes, Vinod. Able to
Sir,
hear me?
when actually after means अभी हमने जो फार्मूला ये किया ना सर बनाया
हाँ हाँ
तो उसमें लिस्ट वो डेटा वैलिडेशन नहीं होता क्या सर उसमें एरर आ रहा है
नहीं फॉर्मूला क्या लगाया आपने?
जैसे फर्स्ट सिनेरियो था उसमें उसके फार्मूला के बाद हमने डेटा वैलिडेशन लगाया था वैसा यहाँ पे नहीं हो रहा है
क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉय आईडी की जगह पे डेटा वैलिडेशन कर सकते हो. यू कैन ऑलवेज टेक दिस ओवर हियर. तो वहाँ पे यहाँ पे ट्रिम जो किया आपने, ट्रिम करने की वजह से वो शायद गलत दिखा, क्योंकि यहाँ पे डेटा ट्रिम हमने क्यों किया? बिकॉज देयर वाज अ स्पेस. यहाँ पे एक स्पेस था अलग सा, तो उसको हम अलग सा क्लीन बिना किए फॉर्मूला में हमने क्लीन किया. तो अगर आपका डेटा क्लीन है तो आप जब डेटा वैलिडेशन बनाओगे, यू हैव टू टेक द क्लीन डेटा डेफिनेटली. सो वहां पे तो हम ट्रिम नहीं लगा सकते ना, राइट?
यस सर यस
चलिए भी आगे बढ़ते हैं. सो वी शुड गो फॉर आवर नेक्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव इज कॉल्ड nested if, the logical formulas of Excel. So in day one we have seen a glimpse of that. Now we are going to discuss in depth. तो चलिए, let's go for our first case studies. Suppose say we have a score and we need to check if the person scores more than 50, results should be pass, else fail. So what should be the formula for this to get the output? So we know that we can go for it depending upon a logical formula of Excel. If taking the score, checking that is it greater than 50, then if yes, value if true, if yes, what should be the result? If the score is greater than 50, what should be the result? Pass. So pass is our text. We should define over here within two double inverted quotes, comma. If the person is not pass, value if false, what is the ultimate answer if the person is not pass?
fail
So within two double inverted quotes, again we need to type fail. So this is how we have understood how to write our logical formula of Excel. Now if I go back over here and if I change my score something less than 50, say 35, what should be the answer?
Fail.
Got it? If it is more than 50, so 65, what should be the answer?
It should be pass.
Got it. What if we have defined, suppose somebody scored 50, what should be the result?
It will show error maybe. Fail.
It shows fail. Why it is showing fail? Because our logic, what we have given is only greater than 50 if it is their pass. So if suppose somebody scored 50, would you be so rude enough to declare him fail?
No.
No. So
greater than or
ideally,
equal to 50.
we have to go and define multiple conditions, that is greater than and equal to. So if at all anybody scores 50 or more than 50, result should be passed. So in that case, you have to add one more condition or operator over here. You have to go with the same rhythm. First greater than symbol, then equal to. You can't do in the reverse logic, like first equal to, then greater than symbol. No. And once it is done, we got the result. So this is how people, any point of time, if you happen to work with your logical statement, what should be the condition or logic? Check it out. Is it working? Any doubt, any queries?
yes working
Hope it is clear.
Yes, sir, clear.
Right. Now suppose say we have done with this. Now we'll proceed to our next example over here. Okay, just see. Suppose say there are two new people joined in my department, naming A and B. My boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you take a assessment of those two guys? So I conducted a test and A has scored 50, B has scored 90. Now I am just looking at the score. My boss immediately came and passed a statement that score of A is greater than score of B. So is the statement true? Whether score of A 50, is it greater than 90?
No.
So technically answer is false. So his statement is false statement. So if I tell in front of his face, sir, whatever the statement you are passing, it's a false statement, definitely it will hurt his ego. Yes or no?
Yes.
So I don't want to take that risk. I just want Excel to perform the calculation and show the result. Whether the statement which is passed by my boss is a true statement or it's a false statement. If I want to check in Excel, how will I check that over there? Let's go and have a look. So in this case, again, we can go for a simple if formula, score of A greater than score of B. This is the what logical test we need to check. Now, if this is true, statement status has to be true. If it is false, statement status has to be false. Simple if formula again will be helping us to check a statement status. We got it. Again, a simple if formula. Hope it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Now, the question is, are you happy with the solution, the formula, what you are writing?
No.
Okay, why you are not happy, Vinod?
Because A is
Because we don't know, sir, out of what means base parameter he have achieved. Unite.
No, it's not about base parameter. It is just the ask to check the statement, whether A is greater than B, that we need to check. So as I told you the situation, my boss came and passed a statement, score of A is greater than score of B. I need to verify that statement. So now the statement status is false. I got the answer.
it is true.
No, it is not true. No, score of A is not greater than B, right? Because B has scored 90s, A has scored 50. My boss is saying that score of A is greater than score of B.
But you use the formula B is greater than A.
No, I never used. I
Yes,
used the same
B7.
thing. A B7 is what? B7 is the same. A score of A.
Okay, okay. So that is wrong formula.
No, formula is not wrong. Formula is checking the statement is wrong or statement is right.
The
So
statement.
what we want
That is
now, sir?
false. Yes,
I'm not. I'm
false
not.
is right.
We are done with her answer. I'm just asking. Being a user, are you happy with the answer? I mean, the formula what you used to get the answer. Are you
No,
happy
no,
with?
it is pass or fail.
No, it's not about pass and fail. It's about true or false. A statement is passed by someone. Now, suppose say I will tell August 15 comes in 20th of August. Is it a true statement?
No, it's so.
False.
So that is how it is. A generic statement, if you want to check at any point of time, a generic condition, if you want to check at any point of time, again, we depend upon the if formula. So now my question is, are you happy with the if formula, what we have applied? Of course, it is giving the answer, no doubt, and people say, yes, we are. But I don't recommend this if formula over here. The reason is, if you remember, I told you in the day one itself, in any Excel file, the more the if formula, file size will be more. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So in this case, it's not necessary or mandatory that to check a statement or condition, you have to always depend upon a if formula. You can do the same job by simply applying a simple operator. Just see, equal to score of A greater
B7
than
greater
score of
than
B.
C7.
Simple. Same false result. Now you tell me, being an audience, Which one you prefer to see the most? Option 1 or option 2?
Yes.
Anybody's choice would be. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, try to keep your formula length minimum. Hope it is clear what we did.
Okay.
Now we'll go for our next nested if, which is very, very essential. And moreover, whenever you go for any kind of dashboards or any kind of tabular statements or anywhere you are working with your huge summary side, data side, you want to go for some kind of logical statement to apply, there we have to use this nested if formula. So let's go for the understanding what is the data we have. We have a score. Stay focused, please. No need to do anything. We have a score. And we need to check if the person scores less than 25, answer should be fail. If the person scores more than 25 but less than 50, answer should be grade C. If the person scores more than 50 but less than 75, answer should be grade B. If he scores more than 75, answer should be grade A. So this is what we need to check. Now look at the score 79 and tell me, manually checking the same, what should be the grade of that person?
A.
Yeah.
So that should be the result we need to find out. So you know how to write your if formula. Okay, so please take 2 minutes of time and get me the answer, please. Right, people? Is it working?
Sir,
Yep.
means what will be for false answer? Means if greater than or less than 25 fail. If not fail, what else?
I don't know. My question is 79. Answer should be grade A. If I change the score to something else, then depending upon that, that grade should appear.
Answer not coming.
Okay. So this is what the challenge people when this kind of situation comes to us, we always struggle. Why? We know how to write our if formula, right? Then where is the challenge? The challenge is with our approach. What should be the approach for this kind of situations? What is happening, we think the entire conditions as a whole and we keep writing without understanding the logic or the flow of the conditions. So here, the first thing what you need to do, think like a layman. I will make it very simple. No need to worry about it. It's very easy also. Okay, but you should follow the approach rightly. So first thing is check how many conditions we have. Check.
Fourth condition.
Check properly. How many?
3 conditions.
Are you sure 3? See, one is fail, one is C,
4 conditions.
one is B, one is A. So total 4 conditions are there, correct?
Yeah.
All of you agree with that? Yes, no?
Yes.
Right, very good. So now,
Yes.
as we know, to write a particular condition, we need to depend upon one if formula. So we have 4 conditions, we need to write 4 if formula. As I told you, think like a layman. But I need to write 4 conditions in one cell, not in 4 different cells, in one cell. So what would be the approach? So first you need to count the total number of condition minus 1 means total 4 minus 1. 3 if formulas we need to write. We must write 3 if formulas. Then what is the rule says when you go for multiple if formulas to write, there should be a proper logical flow of your formula. What is the meaning by proper logical flow? There should be an order, ascending to descending or descending to ascending. Like you can start with fail, end up with grade A. You can start from grade A, end up with fail. No problem, but there should be a proper logical flow. So just 1 minute, watch my screen. What exactly you need to write is equal to if. What it demands me, logical test. So logical test is nothing but I need to check on the score. If it is less than 25, what is my formula is asking me? Value if true. What should be the answer?
Well,
less than or equal to 25, no?
No. 25 I can declare fail. 25 is pass only, na? If it is less than 25, then fail. 25 equal to not. See, this is just for the understanding.
Okay.
If suppose somebody scores less than 25, answer is fail. Hope it is clear.
Yeah.
right.
Now value if false. Suppose the person is not fail. What is the ultimate answer?
Maybe he may fall under another 2 category.
No, ultimate answer is pass, right?
Yes.
If the person is not fail, ultimate answer is pass. But we can't write over here going over there within 2 double inverted could pass. Our problem starts there. If the person is passed, which category or which bucket of the grade it is going to fall? And that also we need to write with a logical flow, with the order. So after fail, what is the next possible grade?
C.
Grade C. Grade C purpose, what's the condition? Should be more than 25, but less than 50. Do you agree?
Yes.
So we need to write one more if formula, taking the same score. Here people commits a mistake. They go for more than 25. So here formula is not logically correct because when you are taking the less than 25, taking the maximum limit, similarly you should take instead of greater than 25, less than 50. That makes a condition more than 25 but less than 50. Okay, comma. If this is true, formula is asking value if true, grade C. Now is it clear?
Yeah.
Now comma. What's the next one? Value if false again. So if this is not true over here, then what is the next possible category?
If
Maybe greater than 50 and it will come under B. If
Less than
written,
75. Less than
yeah,
75.
75.
If it is true, then grade B. Comma. Now formula is demanding value if false. Watch. If the person is not fail, not coming under the category of grade C, nor falling in the category of grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer?
False.
A.
Not
Grade A.
false. Grade A, if not falling in the fail or grade C or grade B, what is the left out condition over here? Grade A. So grade A purpose, we don't need to write one more if formula. We have to write simple within two double inverted quotes. Now just see how many if formulas we have written. Is it total number of condition minus one?
3.
Right. Ideally, all the three formulas are open. We know one thing, formulas needs to be closed. So how many if formulas open?
3 if formula, 3 parentheses you want.
3 close parentheses. This is how, when you write multiple if formulas in one statement, that becomes your nested if. So give it a try and check. Hope the logical understanding is clear what we did.
Sir, somewhere I did mistake.
Okay. You want to share your screen? No problem. You can.
Sir. 25 it is 12. It is C. C.
Okay. Okay.
Beaten is better than 75, it is B. Answer is coming as C.
Okay. Open the formula. C, you have taken greater than 50 C. How it can be greater than 50? Less than 50 should be C, right? Means more than 25 but less than 50. Similarly, more than 50 but less than 75. Instead of greater than 75, should go for less than 75. Now it will be perfect.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm taking the control back on the screen. Kindly check it's working for everyone, people?
Yeah.
Right. Any questions from anybody?
No, sir.
Okay. So again, I'm asking the same question. Are you happy with the solution?
It's a lengthy. We are increasing the if you know, according
No, we are
to.
not increasing. We have no other option. We have no other option. That's why we are ending up like this. But my question is, are you happy doing the same?
No.
So, reason I told you already, the more the lengthy if formulas and the more the if number of if formulas you are using, file size will be heavy. But this is what our experts suggest us to do the job like this. Now, what is the choice we have?
Neither.
Neil, do you remember we discussed something about VLOOKUP with approximate match? What we can do? We can create some matrix like this: 0 to 24 fail, 25 to 50 or 49 grade C, 50 to 74 grade B, 75 and above grade A. Can we create some matrix like this and we can go for VLOOKUP with approximate match? What say?
Yes.
So this is what we learned, right? You should have implemented that. That's what I asked this question. So these things you can try over there also. As I told you, most of the cases they're doing the aging analysis or incentive discount calculations or income tax calculations, this kind of formulas, rather typing the if formula for number of times, you can go for VLOOKUP with approximate match. Now, those things will be helpful only in place of a number. As I told you, VLOOKUP approximate match, it works perfectly fine with the numbers case. But what if I have some text over there? Then in that case, we have to go for if formula. There is no other choice. Now, yes, one thing I can tell you, if you believe this is a lengthy if formula, is there anything over here we can try and we can keep our formula length minimum and that will be easy to understand also? Then let's give a try. Just see. If you look at in your screen, do you see a formula called IFS? Check it out, please. IFS, is it there? Those who are having, they can work with me. Those who are not having, they have to just watch my screen, but when time permits, upgrade your Microsoft Office. Okay, this will be very easy. Just see what it demands. It is no longer asking my if formula like value if true, value if false. It will first go for logical test 1. So test 1 is the score less than 25. If it is true, answer is fail. Comma. Now it is asking logical test, but if formula, what it was asking, value if false. Did you remember? Isn't it? So there is no value if false over here. It directly asks for the next logic to be checked. So next logic, what is that? If it is over here, B10, is it less than 50? If yes, grade C. Again, I'll take the next logic to check. B10 less than 75. If it is true, grade B. Now, what is the next condition is asking? Value if true is given. Now, logical test 4. So, what is the logical test 4 over here? Suppose the person is not falling fail grade C or grade B. We don't have value if false. We need to give again the next logic to check. What is that? B10. Here you have to be very precise. Greater than, equal to. You have to provide. And once you have done with this, 75, then it should be grade A. Now, how many conditions you have written? How many brackets open?
Only one.
Only one. So only one bracket close. And now you see same answer. Now you tell me, being an audience, you will prefer to see this or this, which is easy to understand.
Second one.
So if you are working with the upgraded versions of Microsoft Excel, this is what the benefit. You can make use of this kind of formulas, which will be very easy to understand. Fine. So I believe this is clear what we discussed, people. Any questions from anybody? Now, let us go for our next two other logical formulas of Excel, naming called and or. Okay. So I'll take you through this. Just watch my screen. And or it comes into picture whenever you check more than one conditions, and if all the conditions are mandatory, if all the conditions are satisfied, and formula will return the answer true. If any condition is not satisfied, and formula will give the answer as false. Clear? Multiple conditions to be checked. If all the conditions are true, answer will be true. If any condition is false, answer will be false. So let's see. If I go for equal to and taking my second example score of our score of A greater than 30, just type as it is, we'll check that. Then it asks me logical 2. So I'll go for score of B less than 60. That also will check. Okay. Now kindly take a look. Score of A 50. Is it greater than 30? What say? Yes.
Greater
No.
than, yes, yes.
Greater than 10.
Yes. So answer is technically true.
True.
Score of B 90. Is it less than 60?
No.
So
Greater than
answer is
60.
technically
False.
false. False. So one is true, one is false. We are operating with and I told you all the conditions are to be satisfied. Since one is not satisfied, what should be the answer?
False.
False.
Got it? So this is what basically people and formula. So and formula, what it does, it checks all the conditions. If any condition is not true, ultimate answer will be false. Check it out. Is it working? Clear?
Why should we use answer?
Where the conditions are mandatory when you have more than one conditions to be checked. Suppose say take an example. If the vehicle is of 20 feet container and he is having 10 tires, then only it is allowed in my factory premises. So both the conditions are mandatory.
What I need to mention is I checking the
Okay,
because
I'll
if
tell you.
number of
I'll tell you one thing. In your profile or related something, I'll make an example. Since you are into electricity power supply distribution, as I understand, am I right?
yeah, absolutely.
Right. Suppose say in same Ganjam district over there, we have got of 10 villages. Okay. And 10 villages, we have to have 5 transformers.
Yeah.
Suppose it is allocated. Now the transformers, how it is allocated 5 transformers for 20 or 10 villages. Now if the population is more than 1 lakh, if the population of the village is more than 1 lakh and there is a proper channel of the road or the communication is there, then only one transformer will be installed in that village. This is the condition suppose your management has given. So what is the mandatory things? Both are mandatory. There should be a proper road to that village and the populations also. If it is 1 lakh, then only you will allot one transformer to that place. Correct?
Yes.
So this is what the AND condition. So you have to check AND result, and if it is true, transformer is allotted. You can give the
my
condition.
permission are listed. If some of the permission is some of my condition are listed. If some of this are wrong, then I can't allocate like that.
Simple,
right?
simple. All right, people, AND formula is clear.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now let's go for finding the answer with the OR formula. Same logic we are going to check with OR. Just copy paste but change the things to OR. So what will be the answer? Just let's have a look. Score of A 50. Is it greater than 30?
Yes.
So answer is technically true. Now Excel is not going to bother about checking the rest of conditions. Since the first condition itself it is satisfied, OR will be giving the answer as true. So what OR formula does basically, whenever you check multiple conditions, if any condition is satisfied, answer will be ultimately true. So since in our case first condition is satisfied, he is not going to check the other conditions. That's the moment you hit enter. Is it giving me true?
That's true.
Now people, this and or formula also will be helpful for the logical checks over there. Sometimes while creating the templates and all, you will be using it. So any doubt, any queries in this logical formula applications? People, anybody?
Clear.
Right. How about others? Mani is given the confirmation. Vinod, Jyoti,
Yes, sir.
okay.
No issue, sir.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Now let's go for the next sheet is called sum and count. We are going to discuss some other logical, not logical exactly, it's the aggregate functions, which will be again helping us while designing the dashboards or summary report and templates. So see, we have got some data about the employees, like date of training, name of the employees, division they belong to, salary they draw, and the training expenses incurred upon them. So it's a 5 column of data set. You could see it is appearing over here. Now taking all these 5 columns into reckoner or reference, we can find out the answer for all these 6 questions. So let's go and discuss one by one. What is the first question we have? Count occurrence of division HFD. So which column you will be computing? Right,
Column
people?
C. Column C.
Okay,
Third.
column C, that is called division. What we need to do? In this division column, how many times HFD is appearing, we have to count and state the result. So basically, we need to do a criteria-based counting. So whenever you want to do a criteria-based counting, we have a beautiful formula naming called count if. Count if. Let's go for that. Now, what it demands count if formula, if you look at.
A range where we
Okay.
work.
So which range we will be dealing with? As we discussed, we'll be dealing with our division column. Okay. Now what demands me? Criteria. What's my criteria? HFD. How to define within 2 double inverted quotes. And when you define it, it gives me the result of 28. So this is how, whenever there is a need, how to do a count if formula application, we got a result. Check it out. Are you getting same answer, 28?
Done, sir.
Right.
Sir, I'm not getting. HFD. Okay.
You get that?
Yeah, I'm good. I got it.
Okay. Now question number 2. Count salary less than 1,50,000 US dollar. So in salary column, wherever it is less than 1,50,000 cases are there, we need to again count and state the answer. So again, criteria based counting, we have to depend upon a formula called count if. Let's go for it. Equal to count if. Now, as we discussed, which column we have to depend upon? Salary column. Then criteria. What's the criteria? Less than 1,50,000. So remember one thing, whenever you have a operator mix condition like less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than equal to, not equal to, all this kind of questionnaires or the set of conditions are there, you must define within 2 double inverted quotes. And the moment you hit enter, you will be getting a result, 51. So again, criteria based counting. Did you receive the same result? Kindly confirm.
Sir, only in case of parameter mix to only when it's mentioned in the double quote, no?
Yeah, anything, any operator, we call it as operator, like less than symbol, greater than symbol, less than equal to, greater than equal to. Those things you have to always keep within these two double inverted quotes.
Count ifs were when used.
Count ifs when we have multiple criteria based counting to be done. So we have to deal with the multiple.
Like if and ifs.
That's what. Like if and ifs, how do you go for multiple logics? Instead of writing if for multiple times, one if. Similarly, instead of writing one criteria for number of times, you can go for multiple criteria. You can give it in count ifs.
So actually, the in between the inverted quotes, it will either create a blank message, or whatever we are writing in that it will come. But here we are giving a condition less than 1,50,000. So it can be, the answer is coming, but it is allowed. It is taken as a mathematical calculation, or it will be a blank, like a text. It will be counted.
No, no, no. It's a mathematical calculus. This is defined by Microsoft Excel. We are not defining anything over here. So as I told you, two double inverted comma, it means as a blank cell. When the formula is getting some output like true, false, our if formula, it is expecting an output. But here it is not expecting an output. It is expecting a condition.
So it will be this condition will be taken into calculation.
Yes, as a number, as a numerical value only is less than condition. It will be taking up. Don't worry about it. Now, coming to our question number 3, sum salary for division RAD. So basically we need to first check the division column. Wherever RAD is there, then corresponding salary we have to make a total. Do you agree?
Yes.
So we have to do a criteria based sum over here. We can go for a simple formula, sum if. What it demands? Range. Which range we need to apply in the division column? Now what is the next thing it is asking? Criteria. What's my criteria? Is RAD. How to define? Within two double inverted quotes. Now what it asking? Sum range. Which range you will be applying the sum formula?
Salary.
In the salary. We'll take the salary. Then the moment you go and hit enter, you'll be getting your answer. 90,64,787. Did you receive the same result? Just check it out.
Yeah, got it, sir.
Right. Now once we have done with this, we'll go for next. Sum salary above 2 lakh US dollar. So in salary column, we need to check wherever it is greater than 2 lakh cases are there, whatever the salary they are getting, those salary we have to make a total. So again, criteria based sum to be done. So we can go for same sum if formula. Range, which range in the salary,
Right.
comma. Then criteria, what's my criteria? Above 2 lakhs. Within two double inverted comma, we can type 2 lakhs cases over here. Correct? Now what is the next thing it is asking? Range. Given some range. So some range, which range again you'll be applying the sum formula? In the salary only, correct? Right, people? But that is not necessary because our range and sum range, since it is the same range, there is no point of extending the formula by defining the range one more time. You can complete your formula with this, and the moment you hit enter, you will be getting your result. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can go for this kind of formula results as well and keep your formula length minimum.
There's some mistake I'm doing. Guess.
Okay, okay. Spell out the formula.
If D3 um, comma greater than 2 lakh, and then double comma.
No, if where it has come. Some if D4 to D94, comma, within two double inverted comma, greater than 2 lakhs.
Getting, but it is, yeah. Okay, it is scientific.
So got the answer, right?
It's got it.
Okay. Now, let us go for our next one. Some salary more than 50,000 US dollar but less than 1,50,000 USD. So, which column you have to deal with first of all?
Salary.
Salary. What we need to do? Criteria based sum to be done. But how many criterias? More than
Some
one.
if
So,
more than one.
sum if is not going to help you. You have to go for sum ifs.
Some if.
Very powerful, bit peculiar. So please stay focused how this formula works. So sum range, which range you will be applying the sum formula? As we discussed, we need to go for salary.
Salary.
Then it demands criteria range 1. So what will be meant by criteria range 1?
More than 50,000.
Okay. So more than 50,000 is your criteria range 1. Now after criteria range 1, what it is asking? Just read out once.
Criteria 1.
So what I'm supposed to define there? So try to understand. As I told you, this is a bit peculiar formula. What it is they're asking, see, more than 50,000 US dollar is your criteria 1. But it is asking where to search. Whatever your criteria, where you are going to search.
Range 1.
Range
Range 1.
1. Where to search?
Salary range.
Salary range again, right? So we'll go for
Yeah.
our salary again. Now, formula. If you look at what is asking, criteria range 1 is defined. Now, what is the next option is criteria 1. So in our data, what is our first criteria?
Greater than 50,000.
So greater than
Yes.
50,000. So within two double inverted quotes, I will go and define greater than 50,000. Now, what's the next one? Formula is asking.
Less than
Criteria range 2.
Formula.
Criteria range 2.
So what is that criteria range 2? Whatever your second criteria, where to search?
In salary one.
Salary.
Again, D4 to D49, right?
Yes.
So here I need to just change this. This is wrongly captured. Yeah. Now, criteria 2. What is our second criteria?
Less than 1,50,000.
So less than 1,50,000, I should define like this. And ultimately, this will be giving the result. Nothing. Why? Let's go and check it out. So D4 to D94, salary to be total. Then D4 to D90, oh, 94, not 49, 94 actually. Yeah. Then again D4 to D94. We got the result. So 21 lakhs, 99,323. So this is how people, whenever there is a multiple criteria based sum to be done, you can go for a formula called sum ifs rather going for sum if. Again, this is very powerful. As I told you, while designing the dashboards and all, this you can use it.
Some range. Second is D4. Some range. Again. Then criteria range 1. Range 2.
Hope this sum ifs is working. Any doubt, any queries, anybody?
1 second.
Here we need to select two time range.
No, it's not about one time or two time. See, I told you that is what the formula I told you. When you go for it, what it demands. Sum ifs, when you go for it, it demands first me the sum range. So sum range I took salary, no problem.
Yes.
Then comma criteria range 1. Though it is again the salary, but I need to define it. There is no other go for me because it is asking criteria range 1 and criteria 1. So I cannot go and give like this directly within two double inverted quotes more than 50,000. I can't give like this. Before that, I need to go and check criteria range 1. So what is criteria range 1? Again the salary. I need to go for it. Over
It's
here.
not, one second, it's not coming.
Okay, what is that formula you have typed?
Sum if
Some
D4
ifs.
to
Some ifs, not if.
ifs. Yeah, okay.
Hope all of you are getting. So those who have done, please try the answer for the question number 6. So 2 minutes time you have. Find the answer for question number 6 and tell me what is the answer. Yes, people, any answers from anybody? Your answer is supposed to be 84 to 84.
No, sir, it's confusing.
What kind of confusion?
Some timeline is there now, 1st August to 31st January, and that training parameter are jumbled. If I select total date of training,
Okay, fine then. So let's discuss now. Check with your formula when I'm displaying it on the screen where it is the mistake. If it is not clear, do let me know. I will help you out in understanding the same.
this
Clear? Able to identify where is the mistake?
is actually that between what's didn't get the line.
Okay.
2 times we are applying this.
No, don't remember in this way 2 times or 1 time. Where is the criteria? That you have to search in the criteria range. That way you remember. 1 time, 2 time, you will forget and you will confuse till the last.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, so kindly save all your workbooks, people, and close it. Now we are going to discuss.
Sir, here one question. This 1st of August you put, no, sir. We can put like this also instead of you are right written August. So instead of that 01-08 2019.
Yeah, it will work. Sometimes it will fail if your system format is not matching with your data. Like suppose say your system is not having DDMMYY, your system might be having MMDDYY format. So there it will be a problem because Excel will not understand whether first setup is your date and second setup is month or the vice versa. So it is always better give a proper date format by defining the month in terms of text so that it will be pretty clear for Excel to understand that you are following this DDMM or MMDD format. So the month alone you define in terms of text.
Okay.
Now go to our sample case studies folder, people.
1 minute. Yeah.
So,
Yep. All right. So now the file name is called chart text. Now we're going to discuss some charts and graphs out of this file, which are the essential charts, those things we are going to discuss. So please open that.
Which file, sir?
Chart text, chart. So
Yeah.
we'll be landing up with the cover page. You can see when you click the next button, it will take you to the sheet called quick chart.
Yeah.
Now,
got it.
here you can see we have got product wise, whatever the revenue we have made, we got that entire data with us. Now, looking at the same, my boss is saying, Prabhas, why don't you plot the data in a graphical format? So you can select your data as I selected on the screen and go for Alt F1, the keyboard shortcut, Alt F1. If it is not your direct key, go with function Alt F1 and check. Are you getting a chart ready-made available?
Yes, get it.
Right. So this is what a simple, quick keyboard shortcut which will be helping us to plot a graph over there immediately, instant. Now, suppose say I presented this chart by applying this kind of keyboard shortcuts over here, but my boss is not happy. And what he is telling me that Prabhas, this chart is in the same location where the data is there and it is not so bigger in size, it's not neat and clean, it's not presentable. So why don't you plot a graph in such a way so that when I present it same to the audience, they will be quite happy watching the same and the entire focus of the audience will be on the chart. There should not be any data and it should be bigger in size, neat and clean and presentable. If that is the case, that demand is there, how to present it? Just see. Select your data again, both the columns, product and sales USD. On your keyboard, press one more keyboard shortcut only, naming called F11, only F11. When you press, immediately you'll be finding an exclusive chart sheet will be generated on the same workbook, naming called sheet 1. And do you see the chart is somewhat bigger in size, neat and clean, presentable, no data?
Yes.
So this is how we have understood at any point of time, if you need to create a chart, how these quick keyboard shortcuts are helping us to plot it. Any doubt? Any queries? Now, coming back to quick chart sheet. The chart, whatever we have prepared now, let's see how to make it even more better. Or what is the ideal way to present your graphical presentation over there in Excel we are going to discuss. So select your chart. As I told you, the very first thing, if you remember in day 3, yesterday also I told you day 3, while preparing the pivot chart, I told you go for a small thing. What is that? Going to design or chart design, and there are various styles out there. And if you remember, I told you what the style you should take all the time. Anybody? What is the style? The last one. Did you remember? We have taken that last style in the chart.
That one.
So compared to somewhat, yes.
It is more
Yeah, going to the more button.
gradient.
Yeah, more button. Take the last one. Style number 16. You can see style number 16. If you go for more button, style number 16, the last one blindly, you can go for it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yep.
Can you just, because my screen got disturbed, can you just explain that chart again?
No, which one? This.
From quick chart.
Yeah, from quick chart, select your chart, go to chart design, one tab is there. If you go there, you will be finding a styles category. In the styles more button, if you go, the last one you have to take.
Okay.
Yeah. Now this is the first thing we have to do as we discussed in pivot case also. Now what's the next one? Inside the chart area, the unwanted grid lines are there. And to remove the same, click on the plus symbol on the chart. And then one grid line option should be displayed on the screen. And then go for this grid lines to off. And click this plus symbol again. All right. So the minimum formatting, what exactly needs to be done, we got the clarity on that. Now, when I present it over here, now we'll see how to make our chart more informative and more lucrative. Because when I present this chart to my boss, he's telling Prabhas, all these products are looking identical. Why don't you differentiate the products in terms of classifying with different colors? So basically, one color boss is not happy. He is expecting multiple colors. But how to do that? Just see. If you go for keeping your mouse pointed to any of the column inside the chart area, okay, there's an option turns up, format data series. Able to see everybody? Format data series.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Go and click on the format data series. A dialog box will appear where one icon is there, the very first icon, paintbrush, paint box kind of icon, that is called fill and line. And if you go and navigate, there is an option already there. You can notice naming called fill, and within that fill, there is an option over here, vary colors by point. Vary colors by point. And the moment you make it on, immediately, can you see the respective changes happening on the screen? All these columns are identical color now. What
Yeah.
it was, now it is changing to multiple color effect.
Yes.
Right.
So this option not coming to me.
It will be, just share your screen. No, format plot area. You close this window first. Right side window, you close it. Yeah. Right side on, I mean, right click on any of the column. Exactly on any of the column. Format data series. Right. Now go for the first icon. Fill. Vary colors by point. Okay, you are not getting that. Fine. Close this window. Go to the design tab. Design tab. Go for the more button and take the last one. Now you go for application. Right click on the column. Format data series. Something has gone wrong. Okay. Close this window again. No, why you're operating in the combo chart? We are in the quick chart sheet. Delete this. Delete the chart. Go to quick chart sheet. Same chart only. We are going to operate. Go to, wait. Go to that design tab. Take the last tile. Now go for this right click format data series. First icon, vary colors by point. All right. So I'm taking the control back on the screen over here right now. Now, once we have done with this, now let's see how to make it more informative. Right click on any of the column. Do you see an option called add data labels? If you go for this, with immediate effect, it will be adding all the respective values, the product wise, on the top of each and every column. Able to get it, people?
So which one? Add data labels.
Yes, add data labels.
Okay.
Now, you'll be finding each and every column wise the values will be populated in the top. Now select one of the data label. Select one of the data label. You'll be finding all the data labels are in selection.
Select data label, sir.
Then make it bold. Make it bold. Control B, at least so that people can read it. Make it bold. Then, if it is necessary, increase the font size a bit so that people can read out easily. Now, the latest style of data presentation, what it says, people, when you are presenting your data labels, there is no point of having axis scale. If you are maintaining axis scale, there is no point of defining the data labels. But as an audience, if you want to see which one is giving an instant information, the data labels or axis scale.
Data labels.
So select your axis scale, and simply press the delete button. So your axis will remove and it will be left out only with the data labels. Fine. Up to this clear, everybody?
Yes.
Now coming to the chart title. Having the chart title in the center, those days have gone. Nowadays, people prefer to see the chart title in the extreme right of your chart area. Or the same thing you will be finding most of the time the visual styles over there. When the people of Big Four, they put the presentation, or your parent company or Access and Co, everywhere you'll be finding the same over there. Now, once we have made it, as I told you since day one, that when you present your data as it is, people don't like it. What audience is expecting? That you should present your data in such a way it should tell a beautiful story to the people. So how to present it? Just say, select your data. Have you selected?
Yeah, selected.
Right click,
Yes, sir.
sort, custom sort. Or we discussed one shortcut key day 2. What is that? Anybody quickly recall?
Alt DS.
Very good. Go for it. You'll be getting the same dialog box. And then sort by. Go for USD, sales in USD. And choose the order largest to smallest.
Yes.
Now can you see a beautiful story turns up? Anybody, whoever is looking at my data, my audience can understand that from cocoa powder we got the maximum revenue and from custard powder we got the least revenue. So this is how people we have understood when you have some data, how to precisely present a beautiful chart out of this, doing the necessary formattings, having the necessary information over there, and finally presenting the data in a storytelling format. Any questions?
No.
So are you happy the way we have presented? Looks good, neat and clean,
Yes.
Yes.
but audience will not be happy.
Will
What,
remove.
this is the place where audience will not be happy, but rest of things are fine. So what you have understood, since our text is in slanting order, we are forcing our audience to bend their head by another 30 degree or 45 degree to read all this lengthy text. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. So now how to rectify this? We don't have any other choice, trust me. So here I'll tell you where the thing has gone wrong exactly, people, is the right selection of the chart. So depending upon the data, the chart selection was not adequate. So where the text is heavy and you have to give the equal amount of emphasis on the text as well, this is not the right chart. So how to make a better chart? Let's see. Select this chart and press Ctrl D for duplicate, Ctrl D for duplicate. If you select an object, because chart is an object, Control D. Now the duplicate one, you keep it in the bottom for your reference. And then the original one, you can go for right click upon the same. You have an option called change chart type. Do you see?
Yeah, where, sir?
In the chart area itself, right click. If you do change chart type, are you getting the option?
Yes.
Change
Now,
chart type.
once you click it, you will be finding towards your left categories. There is an option called category over here. Bar. Do you see a bar option is there in the categories?
Yes.
And once you select the same and click OK, can you see a beautiful chart turns up having the equal amount of emphasis on the text as well towards your left. So earlier people were struggling, but now it is very neat and clean format it's giving. Even though you believe it's occupying more space, you can reduce it. Looks good?
But for me, it is very near this first and the next. Each chart is touching together.
What is that near you are saying? The columns. I mean, the interval between one bar to another bar, it's very close.
Yeah, it's very close.
Okay, no problem. So you have selected the other option otherwise. Now you can go for and do one thing. You can extend this height. You can increase the height of the chart area. Just see.
It's better.
Yes. So it is up to the space you allocated to it. Now here, now you are happy? What's it? Yes, no.
So,
Okay. Still, audience will not be happy watching the same. The reason I'll tell you where it has gone wrong again is if you look at your chart area, people, our data is having largest to smallest order, but my chart is having a reverse order. Can you see that?
yes.
So our data, if you see cocoa powder in the beginning, but in chart cocoa powder in the bottom, that is where it has gone wrong. So data is not having a sync with the chart. Then what to be done? Here our experts, they will suggest you, Prabhas, why don't you go and sort again in smallest to largest? So the situation will change in the chart, but again, the data will be also having to change over there. So this is not the right way to deal with. I'll tell you a very beautiful option. Just say, in our chart area, if you go for selecting this text in the left, you select that. And when you go for right click upon the same, there's an option we'll be getting called over here, format our axis or chart area, something will be there. Hold on. When you select the text, right click, do you see a format axis option is turning up?
1 second, sir. Select
Text in the left side.
Yeah.
And right click, format axis you'll be getting.
Yeah.
And if you click that, a window box will appear and there is an option over here called categories in the reverse order. Checkbox is not activated. Able to see?
Yes.
And if you select, see the beauty? Exactly with the feel of our data, will be having a sync with the chart area and it will be presented. So this is how people we have understood how to create a chart out of certain data in Excel, doing the necessary formattings, then how to make it more informative and how to present it with the latest style, and finally how to take a right selection of the chart upon the data is playing a very great role. We have also understood that. Any questions in the quick chart sheet?
Only remembering the where the option is available, that is little confusing. Maybe when we work out, it will be better.
Definitely, that comes out of your practice because overnight all the features you can't remember. Nobody can even. Even you call the Microsoft founder also, he can't recall that. So I give you the options. Only thing is taking your live data, you have to practice well upon that. That's right.
Yeah.
Next, a very beautiful chart we are going to discuss is called combo chart. So this combo chart, why it is so essential, what it is going to do, and why we need to use this, how to use this, we are going to discuss everything. Now you can notice we have got 12 months sales data, and the sales data also presented in terms of percentage. Now having the selection on that, Control A, keeping the cursor in the data set, Control A, plot a graph. What is the shortcut? You learned, right?
Yeah.
What's that shortcut?
Again, yep.
Alt F1. So once your chart is once sorry.
One second, sir. For me, it's not coming.
You know.
Alt F1.
Yeah. In your case, maybe your direct key not be F1. Function F1. Alt function F1 you have to go.
Yeah.
All right. So now the moment we have done with this over here, as I told you, the very first thing when you have the charts in place, what you need to do? Anybody, if you recall?
Go to design.
Yes. Then take the last style. I told you, right? Follow the same rhythm. Follow the same rhythm.
Sir, after doing F11, then what to do?
F11 I never said. I said Alt F1.
But any chart we can select, no? Or is there any particular?
No, the reason of telling I told you, no, in yesterday also, today also, it will be giving the shadow impact, glossy impact, and embossing effect. If you look at over here, the chart, now it is coming up like this, right?
Yeah.
Earlier, it was something like this over here. If you look at very pale kind of look, there is no life at all in the format or something, it seems like. But when you go and present something like this, it looks good, right?
Oh, yeah.
So now, once we have got your chart ready, people.
Sorry to interrupt you. I tried to do Alt F11, but it's not popping up like this.
Not Alt F11. I never told you, Pinky. You are not listening. I told Alt F1 or F11. F11 will be giving you an exclusive chart sheet in a different worksheet. Alt F1 will be giving you a chart in the same worksheet where the data is there. Are you getting now?
Yeah, done.
Right. Now, do the things as I told you. First, you go and select the chart, going to the design and take the last style. Right? This is the first step one.
Yes.
Step two. What is the step two we discussed? Anybody?
Go to the plus symbol.
Very good. Select the chart and go to the plus symbol and remove the grid lines. This is what always remember. This is the minimum formatting you do. Then you talk about the rest. This is very, very essential. And follow the same rhythm. Don't remove the grid line first, then change the style. Because again, you'll be getting the grid line. So first change the style, then remove the grid line. Now, chart is ready, no doubt. But we can't present our chart in this format. Why? Just see the things where it has gone wrong. If you look at, we have got sales legends over here, and based on this, this is my sales data in blue color bars. We have sales percentage also, but do you see the sign anywhere, sales percentage data?
No.
But it is there. It is going and sitting in the extreme bottom. Can you see some small patches?
wrongly. For me, I'm not able to see the axis.
Okay,
Yes,
if
sir.
you're not
Yes,
able
yes,
to see also,
yes.
that's fine. But
It's in a
my
light red color.
sales percentage data is not clearly visible. That is what the bottom line. Do you agree?
Yes.
So this is the place where it has gone wrong. Now, why it is happening like this? Let's discuss. See, the moment we took our data, our sales data is in there in numbers, but our sales percentage is there in percentage format. So technically, these are two different formats, cannot be combined with one axis. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. Now what we need to do ideally, we need to create one more axis in the right side of the chart area, and there we call it as Z or Z axis, or we call it as secondary axis, or in Excel language we call it as a combo chart. And this sales percentage data, whatever it is there, will be presenting over here in this axis. So that's called our combo chart. So hope you got a clarity. What is combo chart, why it is needed, and what you are going to gain out of this?
Yes.
Yeah.
How to deal with that? Let's discuss. Select your chart, right click upon that. You'll be finding change chart type.
Let me select.
If you click, there will be an option called combo. In 2013 and above, you will be finding in the extreme bottom a combo option. Able to get everybody?
After right click, where we want to go, sir?
Change chart type.
Smart. Change chart. Yeah.
Then you will be getting the entire chart family in the bottom left, extreme bottom left, combo. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And when you select combo, sales INR data, it is showing cluster column, right?
Yes.
No need to
Yes.
do any changes on
Yes.
this. Sales percentage, it is showing line.
Yeah.
Now, instead of line, go for the drop down and choose the option line with markers. And once you do so,
1 minute, sir. There, 1 minute, and because let me see your screen.
line with markers, the line options in the line with markers.
Yeah. Selected.
Okay. You can notice we have an option called secondary axis 1 checkbox is not activated. Can you see immediate right?
Yeah.
And activate this and click OK. You will be finding a beautiful chart instantly ready. And this is called your combo chart. People can read the legends. Blue color legend is nothing but our sales data, and the maroon one in sales in percentage. Blue color is there in your left axis, sales percentage in your right axis. So this is how, whenever you have got multiple columns or many more columns of data to be loaded in one plot, you can decide. Some data you can keep it in primary axis, some you can retain in the secondary axis. The chart will not be seeming overloaded. People can read out what you're expressing. And that's called combo chart. Any doubt? Any queries?
Sir, I selected, change the chart type, then click the combo and select the line with the markers, but it's not showing like this. I made a mistake. I don't know why.
No, no. After combo, if you see, there are two verticals are there, like sales and sales
Yeah,
percentage.
yeah,
Sales
sales
data. Sales data. What type of chart it is displaying?
cluster column.
Let it be. No need to do any changes.
Okay.
Sales percentage. What it is showing?
Line with markers. I have to
And
tick mark. Okay, okay, got it. Now
yes.
I got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So once you do this, your combo chart will be ready. Okay. So I
Yes,
believe
yes.
everybody is clear now with this.
Yes.
Now we'll go for one more important chart type in our routine activities is called target versus actuals, or budget versus actuals, or planned versus actuals. So this is one of the chart type people every month end, quarter end, or half yearly, yearly we need to make such kind of presentations and we have to present it. So instead of taking a long duration or much of time and presenting over here, how to do it with quickly no time? Let's the discussion hand over there. Okay, so we have our data, month is there, target is there, and actuals, whatever we have achieved monthly basis, it is also there. Select the data, go for a chart. What is the shortcut?
Okay.
Alt F1.
Alt F1, go for that first. Now, what is the first thing we should do?
Chart design.
Which style?
Last 16 number.
Yeah, whatever it is. Number, don't remember. Blindly go for the last one because sometimes it will be 14, sometimes it will be 16. Now, what is the next step?
Remove the grid lines.
How to remove the grid line?
Remove the green
Right click,
plus sign.
Not right click, Mani, going to the plus sign
plus
and remove
sign.
the grid
Yeah,
lines options.
yeah, I already
Right
removed,
now,
but yeah.
good. If you remember, well and good, not a problem. That's the reason why I keep asking this sort of questions. Well, now once we have done with these people, this is not the right way or this is not the right format of our target versus actual. So what is the ideal format? Let's go for it. Right click in anywhere in the chart area. You'll be finding an option called over here, change chart type. Go for it. And then we have a combo. Select combo. Your target data, what type of chart it is showing?
Cluster columns.
Clustered
Column
column.
clustered. Cluster
No,
column.
no, not no, no. Whatever it is written, please read it that. Clustered
Yes.
column, because that is what one of the chart types. So don't tell that column clustered. Okay. So going for it, drop down and choose. Ideally, the target data looks good when it is in the line form. So go to line with markers. Line with markers.
And markers apply.
Then actuals. What kind of chart it is displaying?
Line.
Instead of line, go for the drop down and choose from the column category, extreme top in column category. The first one is called clustered column. Clustered column.
Cluster column.
Yeah. And now click OK. No need to do any click anywhere. No need to activate your secondary access. Click OK. And with no time, you will be getting a very beautiful chart, neat and clean, presentable, and it will be conveying the message to the people. So if you look at which are the month we have exceeding the target, if you see instantly anybody can make out in June, August, September and December we have made good business compared to target. The actuals are more. Making informative?
Yeah.
Right. Hope it is clear for everybody. Any doubt, any queries in this?
No.
Now, here one tip I would like to give it to you people. See, as I told you, this kind of presentations are very recurring in nature, right? Now, suppose say during the last month, I have presented something like this. People were quite happy. Now, again, this month also, I would like to present something, but just by changing some data over here. Assume. Now, if I go and present the same format of chart, do you think that my audience is going to be happy?
No.
Because
No.
because they have already seen in the last meeting itself, they have already seen. So automatically, the expectation goes high. So how to manage this situation this time? Because I have no other choice except updating the records. So how to give a different feeling to the audience so that they will be happen to see something different or new chart and they will be happy also with that. I'll tell you. Just see. Select your chart, copy that, or the best option, you can copy then paste, or you can go for Control D, as I told you, a duplicate. So go for the duplicate written in the bottom for your reference. And the original chart, whatever we have, we are going to operate. So kindly confirm you got a duplicate chart ready.
Yeah.
Now in the same chart, right click upon the same and go for change chart type. And then you will be finding over here again combo, target data, what type of chart it is showing?
Line with marker.
Let it be. Go to the actuals, what it is showing?
Clustered column.
Instead, go to the
Clustered
drop
column.
down. Instead, go to the drop down and choose line with markers as well. So both the things should be there in line with markers. Okay. And the moment you click OK, see the beauty. This is one more format of your target versus actuals or planned versus actuals. You can present it. So something, I mean, suppose this month you have taken like this, next month you change like this. So something, some alternative options, if you show it, people also happen to see something different and they will appreciate your work. All right. So this is how we have understood how to make our chart presentation better. What are the necessary elements you need to add it, how to present it with a storytelling format, and how to take the right selection of the chart depending upon the data. We got some inputs. So whenever you feel you have some data in place but you're unable to plot it properly, you can very well drop me a mail and I'll guide you what is the best format of the chart. Don't worry about it, but practice is very, very essential because everything is happening on your right click and chart design. Those two options, you will be getting everything. So only thing is you have to explore more.
Your mail ID is this one, sir?
Yep, mail ID is in the cover page itself. It is training.pune@yahoo.com. You can see.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can
And
very
these
well
two
drop me.
numbers are your number?
Not my number. This will be for inquiry. One number is mine, one is on inquiry. So my number is this one, the 702001. It is my number. But when I'm in training, I don't pick up a call. That is my standard practice. So let's have a communications over email. Don't worry. You will be getting your replies for your mails. That's for sure. Because I make a point, whatever the queries every day I spend at 1 or 2 hours, I keep replying the mails.
No. Okay, sir.
So kindly save your files. Any doubt, any queries, people, from anybody? Hope it was informative and it was a fruitful investment of your time. You learned something and you are getting more confidence to make the things better in your workplace.
Yeah. Yeah, it's informative and it is useful, very, very much useful.
Okay. So if you have any queries, you can ask me. If you have any doubts also, you can discuss, no issues.
So this, the remaining things, the waterfall, pie, what is that?
No, that is what we selected. I mean, see, the content, how it would be, we keep everything ready. But some cases we take more time in pivot table depending upon the audience need or ask, and sometimes people need more in the charts, so we reduce the content of pivot. We give more time in the charts. So it depends. So it's not mandatory. Suppose if you look at there also we have got multi-sheet analysis, sales data. We did not touch at all
Yeah.
because we need to keep all the data sets ready. Then only we can explain to the people. Right. So it's not mandatory or necessary that we should cover everything, but don't worry. I'm there to support if you have any questions, queries comes up.
Can you just give me one example in each chart or just quick example?
Yeah, we can do that. Not a problem. So we'll go for it. Suppose we go for budget versus actuals waterfall. So waterfall, why it is required? Like nowadays, people prefer to see the data. I mean, if you talk about your negative and positive variances are there. Like suppose say I'm from HR. Every month there will be a new joinees and exit employees. So my variations, if you look at somewhere it will be positive, somewhere it will be negative definitely. If I'm working in the finance team, my cash flow reports, if I look at positive and negative also will be there. If I'm from sales and marketing, if I'm comparing the data month and month, the growth will be again positive and negative. So in those cases, this kind of waterfall chart nowadays gaining more popularity, and this is available only if you are there in 2019 Office 365 and 2021 versions of Microsoft Excel. And one more also way you can present your waterfall chart is when you have a sequential some transactions or activities, you can populate the same as a waterfall chart. So now we are going to see something. See, I have got over here some products I need to manufacture. I got the raw material by paying 50,000. Then I incurred a labor cost on that 1 lakh. So suppose now if somebody asks me how much expense you have incurred in that particular product, I would say 50 plus 1 lakh, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
1 lakh 50. Now when I brought the same into my plant area, I processed the same. I incurred another 2 lakhs rupees. So total 3 lakh 50,000 I have incurred so far.
Yeah.
But when I import that raw material from outside or overseas, my government is giving a benefit of input credit of 25,000. That's what we call it as a cashback, you can say. So altogether, if you look at, I am spending 3 lakh 50 minus 25, 3 lakh 25,000, right?
Yes.
Now this is what I have created in a tabular format. Now, if I
Okay.
happen to do the presentation in a graphical format, if I go and present it, no doubt, this is plotting. But do you see any kind of relationship between one activity to another?
No.
It is just showing as the individual transitions, correct?
Yes.
But this is belong to one particular product. So now, to showcase this in a proper format, as I told you, right selection of the chart is very, very essential. So what we can do is just see, right click, format, sorry, change chart type, and here we can go for our option called waterfall. And when I choose this waterfall and click OK, now it will be showing a beautiful chart over here. Can you see?
Yeah.
So it is showing the proper connectivity between one activity to other. If you look at, even it is there, and some relationship also it is available. But technically this is not yet ready as a waterfall. Why? Just see. If you look at your chart, it is showing as if we have got 5 different activities. Can you see that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But technically, if you look at your table area, how many transactions